Alright, hello everyone! Hello to Ink and anyone else arriving. We'll be able to get started in roughly 6 minutes. Thank you all for being here. We are once again testing the YouTube multi-stream. It seemed like it went pretty well. This is just going to be a good way for us to catalog VODs from now on, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I hope you're all having a chill day. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling spry. I'm getting strong. Ah, so true.
Hello, friends!
Alright, we're almost ready to get started. I just need to set up one last thing and then we're good to go. But yeah, I hope you're all having a solid day so far. Hello to Ronyan, in addition to Luca and Ink. I'm not sure if I said Luca and Ink's names yet, so I want to make sure I'm covering my bounds. But definitely hello to Ronyan, especially because I know I didn't say your name yet. So I'm gonna make sure I did. I think I scuffed the delivery there, but that's fine. But yeah, without further ado, I think we are in a position where I can do something really dangerous at the start of stream. Alright, gamers. Today, we go to the talk screen. Why am I frozen? Why are my outfits not fading? Well, okay, that was dangerous for, like, reasons I didn't anticipate. Oh, wait, I'm moving again. Yay! Alright, let me just hop up. But yeah, how are you all doing? Welcome on in. I'm personally doing quite well. I'm feeling good. Feeling spry. I realize I'm not actually, like, on... There we go. Hey, nice. But yeah, I'm personally, chilling. I'm relaxed. But there's a really funny switch I've been meaning to press for a very long time. Alright? And I think some of you know what this switch is. Mayhaps. But I want to be like 100% certain it works before I press it. So I'm going to do one final, really thorough, discovery of everything. So, we might take just a little bit longer to get set up for today. But I wanted to go ahead and begin saying hello. Like that. Like exactly like that. Hello! I hope you're all having a pleasant day. I'm having a pleasant day. I would say my day has been particularly pleasant. Also, let me just make sure that I am doing something very important. Because I am trying to set up one of the 3 redeems I promised for today. And to be clear, like, you know, there were supposed to be more. However, I'm not gonna lie, I got completely sidetracked. That's the main reason. I want to be honest. That was all on me. It is all on me. But do not worry, because soon it will be there. And I'm really excited. I think like in the next 5 minutes, you're gonna see the redeem pop up, because I'm like doing all the background tests ahead of time on it without like actually like showing what this redeem is going to be. But it's something that people have wanted for a very long time, I assure you. Alright, and granted, we have had to scale down the ambition quite significantly, but that does not mean that we are unable to achieve greatness on this day. The 6-7 redeem is finally here. It's true. It's definitely the 6-7 redeem. That's definitely what it is. Totally. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's the one. Now, I think people are going to be, like, ecstatic when they figure out that I finally got this to work. This is something that we promised so far back. Like, it's a little embarrassing that I haven't done it. But the good news is it is here now. And you will notice that a couple things are, you know, still a work in progress. But I thought it was really important that we get this out as soon as possible. And this is an expensive redeem, alright? I'm gonna be so honest on that front. It is a very expensive redeem. But want to make sure I'm doing that right. Yeah, perfect. But I think you will all understand why. Hi Da! Hello, Arctic! Welcome on in! I hope you're doing well today. We are currently setting up our big redeem. Our big redeem that we've been like hinting towards for a decent while. I mean, granted, this is something I promised a good while back. But like, it's gonna be really important that we get it all ready to go. Also, the Arador 6-7. It's not the Arador 6-7, I swear. It's not true. It's not me. It's not me. But I am really excited just because this is something that is lied in wait for a significant period of time. And, you know, a month ago or so, I was just like, you know, it's really important that I get this done. But yeah, like, YouTube chat's going to also have, like, the recording of this, like, going live, which I am so excited about. You know what? Can anyone guess what this redeem is going to be? Based on how I'm saying it, because I am almost certain that I can go live with it in, like, the next 3 minutes. And then we do arts, which is going to be pretty cool. But yeah, I need lizard hugs. I have a job interview today with Panda Express. Kinda anxious. Oh, no worries. I hope it goes well. Ba ba ba. And good squeaking. Hello, 26. You are about to see a new redeem get unveiled on the stream. And I'm really hoping I did it right. I'm like a little scared I might have done it wrong. You'll notice that there are some assets that are currently like being shared and stuff through this, but that's fine. We'll be good. We're gonna be so strong. W. Oh yo, yeah. Oh yo. It's gonna be sick. I'm excited. The only thing I will say is I do not know if I have built failsafes for this yet. And as a result, things might break dramatically. But yeah, you know, it's always good when the streamer is like building up their demon is like, by the way, it might explode. I swear, it's gonna be chill. It's gonna be so chill. It's gonna be so chill. It's gonna be so cool. But yeah, I think we're gonna go great. I think we're gonna do great things, alright? So, let me just make sure I got that all down. Actually, you know what? I can build this failsafe. It's gonna take like 2 seconds. It's gonna take 2 entire seconds. Alright?
Lizard.
What? Lizard. I'm Lizard. Hi. Hello. But yeah. Alright. Let's see whether or not I've set this up correct. Lizard. Alright, gamers. Without further ado, looking forward to the redeem. I'm glad to hear it, and thank you for the stream streak, 26. Lagmita, I'll do what I can. Hog. Hold on. You know, it's funny. It's funny that you're asking for hugs with what this redeem is going to be. I am going to make the redeem live, and I'm going to count this down from like 20, because I think 20 is a very safe number. 20. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. I'm going to skip a few because that was way too long. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3, 2, 1, BAM! It is live! It is live! Not 26 SMH, I'm so sorry.
The redeem is live. Oh god. Yeah, I think I screwed something up. It's a little too much. Oops. Whoopsies. Why is that there? Angle's not supposed to be there. Where am I? Uh-oh. It appears I've made some slight miscalculations. Oh, I have made sense. Wait. It was not supposed to end. Uh-oh. Oh, now you're talking about something. Oh, I might see that. I don't get it. Don't worry, you'll find it soon. Your voice is still there, and your voice is still here. Because of my
Where's the caveman?
I'm scared. Your voice leads me true. It's me. I'm scared. At some point it's gonna zoop me back. I know I deserve. This is like me doing my voice, by the way. Like that's crazy. I never heard that was confused before. Wow. Okay, it should be soon. No, it's stopped. No. Are you okay, buddy? I need help. Soon. It's just a little stuff. Can you tell I don't really test this before going blind? Oops. But yeah, is the voice filter fine? I think the voice filter might really test it. Because I don't want it to be too busy. Back into your voice style if it's too... Like, too... This is safe actually, thank you so much. I spent so much time on these filters. Yeah. You believe it if I say that, you believe it if I say these voice filters would be a hard one. But down, it's a permanently voice. Okay, so why
are the filters not toggling? Oh, there we go! Yay! Alright. So, it did last just a little longer than I intended. And it was a little more than I anticipated. On his back. Baseline, damn. Yeah. It makes sense when the thing that's not supposed to explode doesn't explode. Like, immediately. So, I'm gonna go ahead and test something, alright? I'm gonna test the effect this time. Alright? I'm gonna test the effect this time, because I know it's on cooldown. But if I test it, it means it doesn't go on cooldown. That scared me? I know, I'm sorry. I do apologize. Are you ready to be scared again? The voice filter should not activate this time. But we are going to see how it goes, and I'm going to hope that it goes quite well. But, like, basically, this is going to, like, kind of go away immediately with this initial test. But that is fine. Bam. 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 Okay, so that's still a little much. Also, we can speed it up. You can see that I'm, like, testing a lot of stuff right now. Like, trying to figure out what's, like, a good kind of feel for all this. But Big Gecko is finally here. This is our team that we have promised for a very long time. And we haven't done it for a very long time. And eventually, there will be camera angle shifts and everything. But, like, you know, we're taking our time with it. You can also tell that I could now find a good sound effect for the Blanc thing. My streamer is finally 6 feet tall! Help. Don wants to feel a bit big for once. I'll have you know, I am immense for geckos. I've always been immense for geckos. Okay, let's test this. That's a lot better. That's a lot better about being kept in frame. Alright, that's nice. That is nice. Okay. We're gonna do one final test, alright? Are you all ready for this? Because I'm ready for this. I'm the this that is ready, some would even go as far as to say. This time I've made sure to decouple the name Big Gecko from everything that has ever existed in my life. Which means it probably won't explode immediately, which is good. Alright. I mean, it was not your test to just have your hips. I could become worse. I could become worse, but I'm not sure if you're all ready for it. Exilla, rawr. So true. What was that roar I just did? That was pretty... That was a pretty weak roar, I'm not gonna lie. I disappointed the geckos with this one. Alright, gamers. Are you ready? Wow. Okay, that's good. That is overall pretty good. This is the big, like, you know, focus on everything. Eventually, there will be camera angles. But I was kind of like, you know, I gotta ship it as soon as possible. It's been, like, literally 2 years since I promised it. It's, like, really important it's here. Do I have any, like, test camera angles, actually? That would be, like, really good for this? I'm not sure. Sure. He roared like my pet cat was on the mic. Meow. Meow. Speaking of my pet cat, she has woken up because of me going insane. Which, you know, that's fair. That is understandable. Okay. I have an idea. I'm gonna test something. Bam. It's actually not that bad. I do, like, completely cover the screen, but You know, I think that's fine. Just gonna load this. Alright, Walmarts are in full view. I'll show you what Walmarts are in full view. Come here. Come here, I grab you with my hands.
I absolve you of
I
your
grab you with
sins.
my hands. Ah!
You have been forgiven.
Oh.
But yeah, hello Flen, welcome on in. We are testing out a Big Gecko redeem for a change. It's been a long time.
Bubble.
Where even am I? Oh, I'm
Lily,
over here.
have you seen Grandpa?
Where's Grandpa? But yeah, the tail is really wonky when you mess with scaling up. That's why I've been really testing. Hey, holy moly, yeah. There's a lot of it, especially right now. Or like usually there's also a lot of it, so yeah. The voice filters will happen when someone
Who redeems this for real? So, like, yeah. Also, why am I small? I'm not small. Also, I think that's gonna override it, but I did put in the protections for it, so we'll be fine. We'll be chill. Hoarding is massive, not anymore. How do you know? It's still massive proportionally. No! Not the slime. Aw, man. Aw, man. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
That was actually a really good scream. Why is this broken?
Oh, it's because... Yep, it was the other redeem. That's why. My idea was make the tiny and then use Big Gek to see what happens, but Big isn't cooldown. Yeah. There will be a protection with both the tiny and Big Gecko, so you can't stack the two, because otherwise I think that will break things, like naturally for the voice filters. But since I purposefully didn't have the voice filters on, we were chilling, we were balling, as it were. But yeah, we're chilling. We're feeling good. Alright. Now the good news is, the wait for Big Gecko is Jover. I'll show off the 6-7 redeem. I don't have the 6-7 redeem. I'm so sorry. I apologize greatly. But I do hope you all enjoy Big Gecko. It's been a goal. It's been a life's dream. Also, it'll probably become significantly better over time. This was something where I was like, you know, I gotta do it. I gotta do it because everyone really wants it, including me. So I crunched in the hours for the last week to like really test how this all was going to go. It then broke in like the first 5 minutes, but we fixed it, so like most of the setup was good. Yay! Warp. Wow. Also, yeah, I hope you're all feeling good. I'm so happy you're finally 6 foot tall. It's going to be significantly more than 6 foot tall when everything's said and done. I promise you. The issue is, like, actually balancing you being able to see the game versus that. That's the scary thing, you know? But, like, soon we will get particularly immense with it. Because I'm cool like that. But yeah. Meanwhile, how are you all doing? I'm having a pleasant day. I'm doing pretty good. Big Gecko is finally here, and it will only become better. In fact, I should actually reduce its price, because that price is why I have, like, envisioned for, like, the full effect. But, like, we don't have the full effect just yet. I just wanted to make sure it was out there as soon as possible, so I'm going to go ahead and reduce it down to 800, because it does last a really long time. It's hot down here, even though it's winter. Winter's a scam? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that winter's a scam, but I hope things go better with winter. I hope it starts paying rent, you know, stuff like that. But yeah. I'm also going to just quickly check something real quick. Because I wanted to make a small change with how the deep voice sounds. Like a last minute small change. I'm gonna just mix it in a little bit more. And that should hopefully make things a little bit more recognizable. But yeah, I am really excited for what you all find out, like how to break Big Gecko. Because I think there is a really good chance that you do break it. Like, quite fantastically. So, I am ecstatic to see how that's going to go. In the meantime, though, we do have a goal for today's stream. And today's stream, outside of like just testing Big Gecko, is going to be for... Also, I need to customize my screen area with my pen. Let's do like bam into bam. Our goal is going to be first moving this out of the way. Bam. There's a paper bag. Oh my goodness, I have like so much in the way of like my tablet. I didn't even realize it. Oh, I accidentally moved my mic. Now it makes so much sense why everything was so quiet. I am so sorry. But... Ah! I'm like actually fumbling around my desk. We have a couple redeems for DahDoodles for this month. So we're going to go ahead, relax, chillax. I have set it up in the background, and go over to the paint screen once I make sure that is properly capturing the right thing. Oh, it was not. Sneaky. Okay. I'm very glad I checked that. Because we want MSPaint. Bam bam. Alright, Grand Slam. Space Jam. The horse has been alerted of the big redeem. It's true. It is like a test run. It will get better over the days and the weeks and the months. But I really wanted to make sure it was in a functional state for today. I'm really excited. This is like the big redeem that we have hinted towards. And soon it will become greater. It will also become more expensive, I'm not gonna lie. But that's only once we add full functionality in. Full functionality. Which is gonna be sick. It's indeed a big redeem. It's so immense. I'm so immense, just generally, but like now the redeem is also so immense, it's pretty cool. But yeah, today we have our DahDoodles! So I'm going to go ahead, start by checking up what DahDoodles we do indeed have. We have 9 requests for the month! Alright. So, we have Dotton running around a Mobius strip as our first redeem of the day. So I'm going to go ahead, just make sure I have a reference for the Mobius strip kind of stuff. So I'm just realizing right now, I am, my little stuff is all over the place for, watching the, YouTube chat as well, in case people want to, like, see stuff there. That's a little scary. I need to, like, find a good way to merge chats. That'll be in due time, surely. But we'll get stronger. We'll get more powerful. We'll get more powerful. Alright. Now, a Mobius strip, I know what it looks like, but I can't, like, visualize how it wraps around in my head. So I want to make sure... Yeah, okay, so it's gonna be, like, a weird kind of... Not necessarily an infinity sort of design, but... I gotta go for the loops. Gotta go for the big loops. The tiny, not the tiny. Actually, fun fact, Flynn. If, the moment that Big Gecko is truly as immense as I intend it to be, it'll be like 13 foot tall. Which is basically like you. Which is pretty insane. I have become Beluga, except with leg. A lot of leg. A significant amount of leg. But yeah, in the meantime, let's go ahead and start by sketching out our Mobius strip. We're gonna start by getting the background ready for this, because I can envision that we can do something a little chaotic with this background. We're gonna go for like Dotton's usual color palette here, because we're just gonna get that strong. Alright, now for the Mobius strip, the main thing that we're going to really struggle kind of showcasing is how it loops around on itself. But we can like start by first making sure that we have a general layer here. We're going to start by doing this. And I think we cut that line off effectively. And the way we're going to do that is... We're basically going to have a pattern that goes all around like that, except a much thicker line on the other side. Okay. It's a start. Okay. That's kind of... Ooh, wait, no. No, not quite. I was looping it around the wrong way, unfortunately. We do that. And that's going to, like, kind of condense it down. Which is very important because, all the same, we have to make sure that as we do this, everything is still lining up as it should. Because the main reason that it feels a little uneven right now is this isn't the line connecting down. We've connected the wrong line down. And as a result, we're actually going to quickly back up and going to imagine, what if we didn't draw that? And we instead kind of like take the feel like this. Then we just need a heavy angle inwards. Like that. Perfect. Alright. And now we are going to clean it all up this way. Slowly but surely. Okay, good. Very nice. Lovely. Alright. Nice. Okay. We're like really struggling with getting this strip to line up perfectly with itself. I think that's pretty good though. I think that is pretty reasonable, everything considered. We're gonna kind of like bring it up a little, but rather than fully committing to that, we're also going to make sure that we are bringing things down like this. Alright, and with that, there we go. Pretty much what we have is a strip that is forever looping upon itself. But the issue is, I have no idea how we're going to actually show dimension here. That doesn't mean it's impossible. But we basically have our goal here. We're going to actually bring this down a little bit, just so it feels a little bit more all-encompassing. Just like that. Very good. Alright. What we could do is do, like, a noticeable dotted line around the outer edges as a kind of, like, cheapy way to show depth. But I think that's fine. Okay, good. Nice. 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 Okay. So you can see that it's all technically one side, but we're going to have, like, different looping aspects of it. Like, just kind of built in to the path itself. Because it's all going around the same axis. And we want to make sure that we are very, very reasonable, respectful of that. Alright. Whoa. 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 Okay, nice. But then over here, we're gonna... Oh! I am immense. As you can tell, I just adjusted the voice filters a little bit. Let me know if it's a little too distracting now. I wanted to just make sure you can still make out my actual voice, just a little bit. But if you would rather it be the full metamorphosis, I am not opposed to that. I am immense in multiple ways. Yay! But yeah, eventually when we do have this routine like fully figured out, You're gonna see some unique redeems. I think I actually stepped on something when I did that. Oops. Whoopsies. The horse? So true. Alright. Goodness gracious, it's quite disgusting! No! I can tank this one, actually. Like, you might see it through my jaws, I tank that. I also need to figure out ways to, like, zoom in during this review. Not just swallows it, I feel nothing. I feel nothing. It goes into the bottomless pit. And my jaws. Nothing. I feel nothing. I feel nothing. I'm that cool. You know, see, that's how you know that I'm just, like, super strong with this. I feel nothing. I feel nothing. So, the difficulty is going to be having Don run across the movies. There's actually three crazy nonsense. I'm gonna go ahead and make a quick tweak to the voiceover. Just a little. Just a little bit. I want you to be harder. I want you to have to fight. There we go.
Nice.
So I can, like, just make things a little less distracting on my part. And that's normal. That's always trash. Sick Mobius strip. Thank you, Joey! But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. I have finally unveiled the Big Gecko redeem. You know what? Let me go ahead and add that to my stream title. Because, like, this is something that's been anticipated. But yeah, how are you doing? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and also, like, put in dot and notifs. Oh, by the way, Big Gecko is live now. As a redeem. I've always been Big Gecko. There we go. Bam bam. I should have said that earlier today. This is like a big thing. Vote code to redeem when? I mean, what would I vote code it to? That's a big question. Yeah, you made this wait for 2 years. I know, and I'm sorry. But, the good news is it's here now. So, like, why do this? I have a few suggestions. Yeah, like, I think FNAF songs would be safe to do as a vote code thing. Not that I really want to do FNAF songs, but, like, I can't imagine that they aren't safe for vote coding. Gangster's Paradise, lol. I'm not sure if I could get away with Gangster's Paradise. For a few reasons. Oh god, how am I going to draw Don on this? Spider-Man 2 pizza theme? Spider-Man 2 pizza theme is super safe. You're so right about that. Yeah. Through the fire and the flames, I did my best. I do my best. Combine the pizza and the flames? Why would you combine the pizza with the flames? I mean, I guess that is what you just call an oven. That's how you make the pizza, so I guess that's fair. But yeah. Alright. We're gonna see what we can do here. Is I'm imagining if Don's like on the Mobius strip, we got like their big heckin' leg. Alright. Got their big chunkster leg, just kinda, you know, low stubby chunkster leg. We can even just like do that. That's like enough detail. To get the point across. Nice. And dotting? What do you mean dotting? I thought a Mobius strip was just an infinity sign. I didn't want to do just a basic infinity sign. I wanted to do an actual Mobius strip. What if it's just like dotting, like clinging to the edge? Like scared. And so we fry ever free. The beat of reality. I know. Alternatively, what if the Mobius strip is wedged around the tail? Well, you wouldn't be able to see it then. That's the issue. It would be like stuck in one of the tail ridges, like a lost rubber band. God, how do I draw like just Don walking on like a Mobius strip? I actually don't know. I have like zero confidence in showing like the actual angle this would be, but that's okay because we don't need confidence to do well. We just need to do well. There we go. Look at that. For this leg to work, we'll actually need it to intersect quite heavily with this guy. Like that. Stuck where? On the Mobius strip. Like the hit movie Morbius, but Mo. So we're gonna go ahead. Look at this. We're gonna actually redo this line here. Just pretend you're drawing a Psychonauts level. That is... Since I haven't played Psychonauts, that is, like, genuinely not helpful. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. But, like, I don't know Psychonauts. I don't. Okay, we're doing this as, like, the beginning of the tail. Alright? And we're gonna go ahead, do this. Don's arms are just gonna be sticking out like nubs. I think that's fair. Because, like, they're kind of in the distance here, you know what I'm saying? We have this arm, like, a little bit more relaxed. There we go. Bam. Good. Solid. How many rubber bands would it take to cut off the circulation in Don's tail? Okay, so I don't like get too far into detail on this, but like I am vaguely aware of farms, right? And farms use rubber bands for a large variety of purposes. And I think that it would take an entire farmstead to cut off the circulation in my tail. Like their entire like storage of rubber bands. I can tank that. I believe in myself. Because the tail is eternal. And I feel like you would have to be, like, actively fighting to, even get the rubber bands on. At some point, before it, like, actually, like, physically explodes me. But yeah. Use rubber bands to paw on the horse's tail to show that the, horse is a kicker. You know, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rubber bands, like, how is the horse going to get them off? Are they going to ask nicely? Probably not. They're known to kick. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy right there. Alright. We'll just do, like, something like this to show the ridges. And it might not be all of the ridges. That is fine. Just make sure it's a little bit more, like, close to how the angle actually is here. Okay, good. Very nice. Alright, look at that. Now that's what we like to call physical prowess. Nice. So I got, like, my stubby, body, and now it's time for my stubby head. So we'll go ahead and do something like this. Oh. Oh. Yeah, there we go. And I think I can even, like, move myself down a little bit further on this area. Like, right here. Maybe, like, just tilt it a little bit. There we go. It's pretty clean. But we could position it a little better. Like, here. Pretty good. Alright, yay! Nice. Aw, even with, like, the angle clearance, though, I won't be able to, like, draw my head as large as possible, unless I do something more like this. where like the body is like further down, but then like you run the risk of it not being readable on stream. That's fine. That's alright. We can draw things for in the moment. I believe in us. A little bit further down, then we do the... Yeah, there we go. Bam, bam. Gotta get my horse trivia up. You got horse trivia? Like trivia for horses? Done by horses for horses? Kind of like Kids Bop, right? Is that the type of trivia we're talking about? Trivia done by horses for horses. How long did it take for Sparkle Success to win the Kentucky Derby? Did it take 700 hours, 7 minutes, 7 seconds, or none of the above? You know me, horse aficionado Dotton. I know the answer to that. Do you know the answer to that? 9 minutes usually? 9 minutes wasn't one of the answers. Can you respond in a format befitting one of the answers given? This is a stupid bit. Imagine me as like a trivia show host. I would have to like plead with the back room of the studio to just like give me the answers ahead of time, because there ain't no way I am knowing any of those buttons to like crack jokes as people are like, I'd like to solve the puzzle, Dotton. Like I'm screwed. I am screwed if that happens. So we're gonna go ahead and do something a little silly and just do that so we have a safe layer, because safety is key. Alright. And now what we're gonna do is a little bit of bop, a little bit of bop, a little bit of bop. And we're like just gonna bop all the way through this. They call me the bupster. The gupster. Nice. That like kinda gets like most of my leg across. I like having my legs, so this makes me smile. Then we do this. We're gonna kinda like do a little bit more of like this generally, I believe. Like that? Oh wait, no, those would be the other side. Nah, you would have, like, this barely visible, and then this is, like, kind of leaning in. Technically, it should be, like, higher up, but doesn't matter that much. Good. Nice. Alright. Yay! Pretty nice all around. Love to see it. Big smiles. And now it's time for the tail. And now, get ready for your best friend. The tail. My tail's my best friend. It's pretty cool, right? Pretty swag with it, right? Alright, there we go. Bam, bam. Look at that. Look at that ultimate performance. Also, I probably should duplicate this layer and then erase what we did here, because then when we put this above it, oh, which one is this? Okay, this is the quote-unquote realish layer. We can just kind of like do this all the way through, and it's way safer for like filling purposes. Love to see it. Bam, bam. We like lost basically zero detail there. Funny you say that. What side? Wait, hold on. I missed a lot of things. Oh god. Reminds me of a tweet I saw of a 4Kids question for One Piece, and one of the answers was Sonic the Hedgehog. True. When in doubt, Sunk Hedgehog. What side would Applejack fight for in a Civil War reenactment? I don't think I want to know. I'm gonna be so real. I don't think I want to know what she's going to do in such a case. I've never really thought about it, and I'd like to continue to not think about it, if at all possible, because I am very scared of the answer I might reach. See, these are part of the reason why I'm scared to reach it, because that's like one of the few episodes I did see. And I don't want to think about the implications of what that might have. God. She despises pears, so I'm scared to say, what does that mean? How does that affect anything? What do you mean by this? I'm scared. I'm concerned. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead, fill this all in like this. But nah, like, here's the thing. What would you even call, like, that situation? I mean, I guess you do just call it the Civil War, you know? Like, I guess it's not, like, that layered and stuff in terms of, like, what the name would actually be. I kind of like drawing the eyes the old Dawn way, but that's fine, because the new Dawn way begins now. Oh. Look at that magnificent shading. No, my hat! Aww. And hello, Matteraid! Welcome on in! I hope you're doing well today. I'm personally chilling. I'm gonna go ahead and just make this a little bit darker. Her family despises pears, her not as much. Why do they despise pears? Why do they hate me? As someone who really does not know pony lore, like, I do not know much about My Little Pony. Why does she hate pears? I'm pretty cool, I'd go as far as to say. Alright. Pretty solid so far. Only thing I'm gonna do is, like, a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a bump. Bam, bam. A little bit more to the side, though. A little bit of a bump. A little bit of a bump. Nice. I think it's just because pears compete with their selling of apples, and sell both. Actually, yeah, what if we do, like, a full straight line here? I think that would go pretty crazy, expression-wise. Just like, I've been here before. I've been here before, and I don't know why. Where is the end? The end is not in sight. I am scared. Alright. And we actually have a pretty good angle to do something like this with. Just add a little bit of that dimension. Alright, nice. Good, good, good. Alright. Yay! AJ's grandfather was... So how did we get onto talking about My Little Pony again? I forget. How did we do this? Also, that's not very good of him. Darn. Most unfortunate. Let's see. We just bam bam. Her mom was part of the Pear family? Oh, that's good. Shoutouts to the Pear family. I don't know what the Pear family is. I hope it's good to shout them out. I'm getting scared. And we're just gonna do kind of like a similar kind of flat, expressive eye ridges there. Just like that. That's pretty good. Alright, that is Dawn on the Mobius strip. Dawn on the Mobius strip. I had to, like, take everything out of my mind to make sure I didn't say Morbius right there. I'm gonna be so honest. I'm gonna be so honest. Do appreciate my honesty, chat. I'm pretty sure this was ink. This was ink, yeah. Alright. There we go. Bam, bam. Dawn on the Mobius strip. The strip of Mob. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and copy all this. I'm gonna purposefully not put the caption on that scene. I'm gonna put the caption on a unique scene. Because that means we can move it way easier. Like, for example, I did not mean to put it right there. But now we're gonna merge down all of our actual, like, content layers, I guess you could say. Alright. Bam bam. We can't actually merge it down with the main Mobius strip layer, which is fine, but we can do something more like this. And then once we refill ourselves in like that, we can move the Gek back onto the strip. Just like this. You know what? I can even have them like a little bit higher up as a result. Yay! Alright, and then we're just gonna move this up. Very good. So we're gonna go ahead and save this image as Mobius Strip. Mobius Strip. And that will be added to our DahDoodles folder. Yeah, make sure that that is being saved flattened. Good, good. Yay! Gecko Strip live on stream? Maybe. Let's see. It's fine, he regrets it after his daughter dies. You know, I think that's a little too late to regret things, personally. And hello, Pracholiches and Coffee Mancer. Hi, my favorite lizard man, lizardo guy, thingy, entity. Yeah, pretty much. I hope you're doing well. How's been the Warframe farming? I stopped in a couple, I think it was yesterday, actually. You were doing some, like, platforming stuff? I hope it went well. Also, my hat's back, yay! I'm gonna just make sure that we are saving this as something that is called template, so that if we do accidentally save over it, it is now called template. And we don't have to worry about anything else. But yeah. By the way, in case I haven't said it, it's implied AJ's parents are oh. Unfortunate. No more Big Gecko today? Big Gecko should be back. Wait. Yeah, why is Big Gecko not activating? 1 second. I think something might have bugged. Thank you for letting me know, because Big Gecko is not supposed to be a limited redeem. Not yet. Eventually it might have to be. Oh my goodness, yeah, why is it limited redemptions per stream 1? It's a liar, by liars. Also Twitch is, yeah, that sounds about right. I will now proceed to feign for approximately 1 hour while watching this stream. That's pretty specific. I hope it goes well. Yay! This is our next background we're going to use. It's a relatively ugly color palette, but we're going to make up for it with a really good DahDoodle. Dotting doing the pufferfish realization face from Shark Tales. Okay. Applejack's grandma is immortal, thank you Christ. Wow. Good for her. I'm gonna go ahead and check that pufferfish photo. Okay. I think I can just bring this into the doodle itself as like a little bit of a reference piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is basically what we have to recreate. Make sure we have this on a separate layer, though. Like, we have to recreate this, which is going to be very hard. But that is fine. We are up for the challenge. AJ wears her scarf during the epilogue. Oh, darn. Unfortunate. So I guess the most important thing we can do now is draw my immense skull. Alright, actually, we might not even need to do that. We're like remaking the pufferfish face. Realistically, all we would need is... Well, I mean, I guess you would probably just see where the eye ridges are. Like, really easy. Would be like something kind of like this. We're using a thick outline on purpose here. Just to be immensely clear with it. Okay, good. And honestly, I like this specific piece we created so much that I'm going to just copy-paste it, and I am going to flip it horizontally, because I think it is very important to have like a little bit of symmetry here. We can even try like drawing a piece between these lines now, because we have this symmetry down. And that's pretty good. It's pretty cool. Alright, I think this is like just a little bit up, so we're gonna move it down. I have broken this man's skull. That is fine. Oops. Whoopsies. Should have teched. Alright. I'm gonna put him on layer 2, where he belongs. He'll no longer be on the first layer. Very good. Alright. New emote? I don't think it's going to be a new emote. I do have new emotes on the way, though. which I'm glad to say. I've finally decided whomst is going to be making the emotes. I will not be revealing who it is until further detail. Like, you know, when I have the emotes. I was already scared you were going to put that in dozens of times, and that is simply terrifying. Yeah. For whatever it's worth, my eyes are going to be so incredibly bulbous that, like, the aspect ratio is going to be a little different here. I am too bulbous for the pufferfish face to handle. Man, for some reason, I am, like, unable to actually draw to the other side here with the, pen, which is really important for something like this. Yeah, look at that. It, like, keeps on cutting itself off. That is really bad. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. We just need our skull. We just need our skull. As long as we have a skull, we have a means to, persevere. Okay. 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 Good? That's good. It's me. By Fred's reference? Mayhaps. By the way, they're making a stupid Fred Fazbear's Pizza thing. And it's, like, significantly far away from me. And I don't have an interest of going. Unless I could, like, coordinate a group of, like, 7 trillion people. So, like, it's not gonna happen. But it's in Jersey. It's true. It's true. They put Freddy Fazbear's Pizza in New Jersey. The Meadowlands. I think that's what it's called, yeah. I don't know. But, like, the thing is... Okay, here's the thing with FNAF, right? I do not care for the series. I do not care for its, creator. But I do respect all of the fan content that has been released of it. Like, we're talking the songs, we're talking, like, the little analog horror YouTube videos. Most of them suck, but some of them, like, slap, and I will never, like, purposefully be like, this is bad to someone's first creation in the genre, you know? I will offer ways to improve, at most. And otherwise, I will just sit there and be, like, respectful, like a good gecko. But, like, I will say, I know for a fact that this theme park that Freddy Fazbear's is going to be in, it's technically not a theme park, it's a mall, but, like, that mall has, like, 4 separate theme parks in it. That's not even a joke. It has, like, a water park, it has a ski resort, it has, like, a lot of stupid things. So, like, it's basically a theme park resort, rather than a mall. It has a Nickelodeon-themed theme park. Like, there's a lot there. It's insane. I looked at this in my Discord earlier. It was crazy. But yeah. This MF Hates joined us for a bite. I am not a particular fan of the hit Five Nights at Freddy's song, Join Us for a Bite. I apologize. I am not particularly a fan. Yeah, wait to meet you. I know. I feel like it's definitely one of the weakest fan songs out there. Dude, there was one really good fan song, but, like, I physically am not allowed to mention it anymore. Because of the man who made it. But it was, like, genuinely really good. And it's probably, like, my 3rd favorite of them. Like, here's the thing. I respect the music, okay? I respect that music a lot. Because I am someone who is a sucker for nerdcore, and I am someone who is a sucker for, like, an alternative / EDM blend. And Living Tombstone is, like, basically that. Like, the thing is, what is it? Like, Living Tombstone, I do listen to their songs a lot. And sometimes the songs are of variable quality. But I will always give it a genuine, like, you know, a genuine shot, a genuine go. And it's always really funny. And I'm like, oh, I wonder what this song is based on. And it's just fucking Five Nights at Freddy's. Was it... I will neither confirm nor deny these statements. Yeah, it might, but there's a substantial possibility, but I'm neither confirming nor denying whether or not that particular artist was involved in a particular song. I happened, and I do say happened in the past tense, to enjoy from time to time. Was it? So anyways, about the restaurant, like, I've, like, listened to, like, the things that the restaurant's going to have, because I'm like, how are they going to screw this up? Because, like, here's the thing, I always believe the best in projects, but I always have great skepticism towards whether certain projects are able to go, and I'm gonna be honest, opening a pizza chain for a game about, like, kidnapped, murdered children, I'm not sure if that's going to go so well. I'm not necessarily sure if people are gonna be chill with that. Like, obviously, the fans will go for, like, a month. I don't think you're gonna see pilgrimages out there. But, outside of that, though. What is it? The restaurant apparently is going to have an arcade section. Which, you know, fair enough, makes sense. And it's also going to have, what is it? Like, the actual animatronics itself. Which I know you're going to say, well, dying. But I do not think you understand how much companies are willing to cheap out on stuff like that. So, like, that actually surprised me. Like, a lot. So, like, that's kind of cool, I guess, for, like, fans of the series. Am I going to go? No. Like I said, it would have to be, like, a super... like, everyone knows it's ironic trip going in, and I'm, like, there with, like, 6 other people. 6 trillion other people, I mean to say. So, like, it's never gonna happen. But, I respect it, you know? I do respect it. I respect its creation. I have no idea how it thinks it's going to compete with the Nickelodeon theme park. But you know what? Especially when, like, the entire point of Freddy Fazbear's is that it's a low-quality pizza chain. Like, in series. At least I think that's what it is. Could be wrong. I listened to Join Us for it, but again, just to refresh myself, and I was like, what are you talking about? This song slaps. I'm not a fan of it. I'm sorry. I will say, okay, with Join Us for a Bite, the singer does well. That is not the problem with the song. You're streaming as a macro anthropomorphic lizard and you're embarrassed to go into a damn pizza parlor. Yes. You bet. I'm not embarrassed to go into the pizza parlor. What I am embarrassed to do is, like, you know, go there alone. Is single in my 20s. Why did I specify single there? Okay. I do not believe that Five Nights at Freddy's Pizza Parlor makes for a good date night location. You're telling me chat is a chance? If you're a FNAF fan, let's be honest here. Okay, look, I'm not a FNAF fan though. I don't belong there. I feel like I'm the type of person just sent to purgatory, being like, why am I here? I don't deserve this. Like, when I'm talking about, like, not going to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Parlor. So I'd have to, like, go to, like, New Jersey. Which, like, here's the thing. I don't think New Jersey is, like, as bad as people say, but I can't imagine that it's exactly, like, what is it, superseding its reputation. If they actually sing It Would Be Hype, do not lie. If they actually sing It'll Be Hype, but what's you know what they're going to sing? They're going to sing the Torador March at most, okay? They don't have access to the Living Tombstone stuff, and I highly doubt that John Living Tombstone is going to be like, alright, if you want Freddy Fazbear to go ahead and sing, the song's not called Man Behind the Slaughter, but I genuinely don't know what else to call it. How do you sing the Torador March? I mean, la 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 la, you know, like that. La 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 la, la 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 la. Is that pretty good? That's pretty good. So, no display for the fish face. We now need to do something more like looking at my nose. I have a really large, kind of oval snout. That's what my doctor said. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I do that. You want them to sing like the one orange fish in a bowl? I was thinking more like, what is it? You know the fish that's like put on the platter that people hang up onto the walls, and then you press a little button and then it'll start singing like Metallica or something? Like that's what I was imagining. But yeah. I think that is like the most detailed I've ever made Don's nose. But like the thing is, what I'm realizing with this is I need to kind of condense down the skull shape a little. Like we're talking a little too condensed here. I mean too up. Please tell me I can just simply drag the thing I want to drag. No. Oh wait, it's because I'm not selecting the skull. That makes sense. There we go. Hey, look at that. That's pretty sick. That's pretty accurate, actually. It's pretty accurate. It would actually be more accurate if we condense it further, though. Like that. But now the face is a little too wide. Here, let's instead do it like this, and we'll just kind of see. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The face is still a little too wide, but honestly, this is preferable. We can, like, kind of even it out by doing this, too, so, like, bam. You can watch the Jets get pushed in for 4 hours and go right across the street to get served pizza by a purple rabbit. I'll have you know, getting the pizza by a purple rabbit isn't the issue. It's the fact that I'm going to be sitting there alone in, like... when this gets built, I'm probably going to be in, like, my mid to late 20s, right? Like, very, very edge onset of mid-20s, I'm imagining. And, like, you know, I'm sitting there in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria as, like, Timothy Timerson, 5 years of age, is, like, celebrating his birthday party with all of his friends, okay? And, like, they're taking up the entire restaurant. And it's just me, who is, like, the sole outlier, getting a little bit of a pizza, watching an animatronic show, and leaving. Like, that is so awkward. You can work the night shift, you know? True. True. I would risk it. I would risk the night shift. For Fred Fazbear. That's pretty good. Same, honestly. I'm not... I need to be careful about the things I say. It's not because of Frederick himself, okay? It's not because of Frederick himself. I'd turn off all the lights and start hyperventilating for the bit. MC, no, that's dangerous. Wait. That's not bad at all. That's asphyxiation. Let's see. Me when I'm talking to my Hellraiser friend trying to convince them that, like, them putting chains into their arm is not for the bit and it just is going to hurt. Like, this is the same kind of vibe. Do it? No, I don't want to do it. I want to live. I want to live. Let's see. Alright. I'm gonna be very careful about how we paint this. You can see I'm doing individual strokes. That's how serious I am about it. This MSPaint game is some real shit. You gotta live or die for it. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm saying. Oh. That's good enough. Alright. Since there would probably be speakers in there, there probably would be speakers in there. This restaurant is going to attract some... See, that's what I'm saying too. Like, here's the thing. Alright? I'm not like a peruser of like date night stuff. Okay? I'm not very interested on that front. However, I think that if you live nearby the theme park mall that Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is going to go into, it's going to be a fantastic litmus test of whether or not you should even bother with like continuing to talk to that person. Just be like, hey, do you want our first date night location to be Freddy Fazbear's Pizza? And if they say yes, and you've had a fantastic conversation with them, that's real shit. Go for it. Enjoy your Chica plushies or whatever. If it's been like just an okay conversation, that's a get out of Dodge. If they have a sense of where at random intervals between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. they play reverberating footsteps to mess with whoever works the night shift, I think they would get in legal trouble, AMC. I'm not sure how, but I feel like there has to be a law against, like, terrorizing night workers on purpose. Like, that's like undue stress. I would say it would be hilarious though, so they should 100% do it. Anyways, Disney adult type shit. Yeah. There probably is, but would be so appropriate. FNAF fans getting an Amber Alert for a kidnapped child. God. Well, if you think about it, 5 Nights at Freddy's...
You can't eat your pudding if you don't eat your meat!
It's not about the children themselves being kidnapped, it's the children themselves being... Oh god. Oh god. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Not on Twitch.television. Hell no. Lamau, do it. It's about the kids being murdered. Look, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It feels wrong. It feels bad. I also, like, want to get a job sometime in, like, the next 15 years. So, like, I know, that being up there, that doesn't sound so good for those prospects. I don't know. I don't like those odds, SpongeBob. It means they're gonna have to get a kitchen that, doesn't have a camera, but every other room does. I'm imagining the court case where, like, for whatever reason, obviously, like, I hope this doesn't happen. I'm not trying to speak into existence, but, like, a worker has to file something due to, like, you know, the workplace being dangerous. They go to review the cameras. There are no cameras for the kitchen. And when they ask the, and when the what is it, prosecution asks the main, like, business management, they say it's for lore accuracy. Like, that would suck. That would suck really bad. But at the same time, that means that they're being, like, lore accurate in the legal proceedings too, because isn't, like, Freddy Fazbear's, like, a super shady business in this story? Like, I don't quite remember. Oh, and thank you for the pets, 26, yay! But yeah, overall, I hope that location does well for its fans. I don't know if it's going to do much better. Oh my goodness, hello. I feel everyone clamoring to me on this husband. Oh. I literally said the answer to that earlier and you didn't read.
My attention is slightly preoccupied. Your attention is slightly preoccupied now. See how it feels.
But,
yeah, I'm chilling. I'm doing great.
My bones upon my immense rolls. Those strong to me. I'm gonna let that go further into our zones. Wow, I'm so cool. Hello down there. Let's see. The point of Freddy's is that they're insanely negligent.
Oh,
They're like me. Wow. Nice. Good for them. and they want to cut corners as absolutely as much as possible. By the way, feel free to let me know whether the voice filter is like a little distracting or not. I'm so strong. I'm so cool. I can like hold on with one hand. These are all the things I like buying to say when they get inside through the stream and stuff. So I'm like kinda going through the list. I hope you don't buy anything for today. My chortles. Like you can hear my chortles, and it just sounds like it pops. It's pretty sick actually. Anyways, let's go for the big spot. The normal voice is what makes me understand it. Yay! Glad to hear it. So like you can make it out, even if it's like the tiniest of atoms. That's cool. Oh, and I have that terrible leg lice. I'm so bad terrible leg lice. This is actually like normal. This is like, what if... Oh, I'm back to normal, height-wise. Wow. It's unfortunate. I do like being big gecko. Like, big by people's expectations. That's like a solid 6 foot, like, 8. You know, I'd like to imagine. That's what happens if I lock in. But I instead dilly-dally, and I'm cool like that. Hasbro Entertainment making another animatronic restaurant despite going bankrupt for the 400th time for child murder in their previous locations. You know, at some point you would think that, like, you know, the authorities would get involved, but no, not really. I agree with 26, normal voice is what makes it understandable. Yay! It's like I'm trying to discern two entirely different people speaking at once. I could, like, run a test, I guess. Ow! Owie!
Lizard.
But yeah. Like, if it is easy, if it's like, not the most difficult thing. Like, I want to make sure it's not, like, detracting from stream, right? All of my redeems. So, you know, it's something I want to be very careful about. Okay, we're gonna see whether or not we can just simply zoom in with this now. And if it covers everything we want it to. The Lizard of Oz. Lizard. Oh. Hold on. Oh, hold on. There we go. It will now be stronger. Oh, I see what I need to do. So I do have to hold shift to bring it up. But then I let go of shift after increasing it by a significant amount. It's pretty good in of itself, honestly. I bet The Lizard of Oz has more Wizard of Oz in it than the films you guys saw a while back. It is very likely. You know, we've still been on the Ozgist grind set, 26. We recently watched, what was it? Steam Engines of Oz and Guardians of Oz, also known as Wicked Flying Monkeys, because they were too ashamed of their product to give it the name that they originally gave it. Guardians of Oz was genuinely, like, one of the worst animated films I've seen. Steam Engines of Oz at least had a purpose, and it did its purpose very poorly animation-wise, and also kind of, like, copied the entire plot from a comic book. Which was understandable because the people who were making the movie made the comic book, but then that gives the question, why did they do that? But yeah, meanwhile, Absy's server is watching Chowder. Also my server. I don't even know if Absy has a server, to be honest. A big shrug emoji. We're gonna call this the Shark Tail Stare. Hey, what do you mean? Okay, I know you have a server for emotes, but I'm not sure if it's, like, a lot. Not if their body was possessed by their cat. It sounds painful. It sounds very painful. And this was a request by Zeno. Oh, I accidentally, full screened the drawing. Okay, I might need to actually shrink the requested name. Just to fit. Because we got the Shark Tail Stare. Nice. I'm gonna call this Shark Tail Stare. Okay. Shark tail stare. It's pretty good. Good. Alright! Still, you all have peak? What does that mean? I thought Don's Grove was AMC's server? Nah, it's mine. I'm strong. Shark tail? That's what it's called, right? Hold on, I gotta check. Okay, yeah, it is called Shark Tail. Okay, I got scared for a second. Ah, yes, Shark Tail. Look, personally, I think I could have beaten the whales in Shark Tail in a fight. I think I would have been very cool and strong. And I would have eaten the Will Smith fish before they did anything. And I would have become, like, the opposite of a menace to society as a result. And that would have been sick. Let's see. Next up on our DahDoodles list of the day, we got Don grabbing a wasp with their hand without paying it any attention. That's... God. This did happen. And the fact that it happened scares me greatly. Don't think he was a menace? I think he was a menace to society as a treat. Let's go for something more like that. I think he just accidentally pissed off the Shark Mafia. Well, that's pretty difficult to do, I'd say. Alright. Gamers. It is now time. We're going to just kind of loosely sketch out Don's body. Wait, first, hold on. Hold on, I just realized, for the first time in known history, I could, like, sketch out my esteemed gaming chair. Wow. Let's go for it. Never actually drawn this thing before. I have to think about how it works. So, like, we're gonna do, like... And the reason we're sketching this out to begin with is because it's important so you know exactly how I accidentally hit the wasp. Oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Buttons just kind of broke for a second. This song is gecko-coded. I mean, it is gecko-coded in terms of vibes, but I am not mouse-sized. In fact, I am, like, significantly above mouse-size. Like, if you put a mouse next to me, they'd have to, like, look, like, straight up. Like, full-on straight up, you know what I'm saying? Like, ants, even worse. Even worse for ants. I know, pretty crazy, pretty monumental discovery there. But, like, we're talking, hold on, we're talking 26 a test? Yes. An answer for them, yes. We're talking, like, this for mice, which is pretty insane. A little bit more like that. Actually, maybe more like that. Like, that's pretty crazy right there. And then for ants, it's, like, straight up like that. Like, look at that. That's pretty insane. I can attest to how small Dotton is. I would say I'm going to bite your ankles, but I do not think that your ankles would encompass the diameter of my mouth. I think it would just be a straight shot. I'm not gonna lie. That's very dangerous. So as we are friends, I'm going to decide to not do that. Because that's very dangerous. Okay. Watching this on phone must be actual size. No! Wrong. He claims he killed one of the Mafia boss's sons and essentially kidnapped the other's son. That is true. I think if you claim you killed someone's son, that is by all means technically being a menace to society. That might just be me, though. Okay, like, this thing is, like, stupidly designed. It's like shaped like... I don't even know what to call this shape. It's just, like, dumb. It's shaped dumb. Alright. Actual size will be putting Don's stream on the theater protections. True! Jack Black's vegan? Oh, good for him. Yeah. You know, I once tried going vegetarian. Like, not really, like, someone who goes, like, all in on meats by any means, but, like, I can have them once in a while. And it wasn't, like, for any particular reason, right? It was just more so I wanted to test, like, the diet thing. I could not get used to it, unfortunately. was unfortunately unable to be used to it. So, like, this is, like, the back of the chair. It looks like a crypt. How close was it to the wall? Aww. Okay. So we got that. Then, we're gonna do, like, our little armrests, which is gonna be sick as... hold on, watch this. Watch this armrest. Ooh. Ooh. It's a pretty good armrest right there. In fact, we're gonna copy it to the other side. That's how confident I am in it. Bam. Just like straight copy to the other side. Yay! Okay, from there, we can do something like this. Alright. We're gonna change the background color, most certainly. I just want to make sure that we, like, have something down here. For this background color, I guess we could go for, like, a more, like, kind of, almost, like, beige kind of feel. Like that. Because we got the chair. The chair is being got, by all means. Which is nice. And then, like, there's, like, other, like, little white aspect pieces on this thing. But, like, they're all dumb, so we're not gonna focus on it too much. They make the accent pieces to distract from the fact that this is intensely not comfortable to sit in. You know, one day, when I eventually find something really cool, I will, like, one of the first purchases I will make is, like, an actually good desk chair here. I promise you this. It will be on site. Because this thing is not good. Let's see. Like, just a basic office chair would do miles better. Alright. So for some reason that didn't quite connect. Why would that have been? Why would that have been? Oh, it would have been because the armrests don't actually exist here. Oh. Oh, there's more. There is more that is a problem. There is more to be in store. You forgot MC? Nah. You're not in the chair. What? Let's see. Why am I enabling my audience? I ask myself this every day. Alright, let's see. Excuse me? Ow. I'm the chair guy. Nothing. There is nothing. Alright. You jumped and slipped in. God. You're saying like the fucking Ant-Man Thanos? That sounds extraordinarily painful for me. I don't want to be Ant-Man Thanos. Not on-stream. Sounds painful. Ow. Story of my life? Okay, before I question the ramifications of that sentence further, I'm gonna move on. We're gonna go ahead and continue painting this all down. How is your day going, chat? I hope you're doing fantastic. I am doing swell. I'll have you know. They call me this swell. They do not call me the swell. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. Got off work a bit ago? Wow, nice.
I'm glad to hear it. Why am I small? Oh. I hope you enjoyed the scream of visceral discomfort. It was pretty good. As someone who does partake in the visceral discomfort now and then, usually not by choice, I am glad to hear it went well. Why is Tikuri eating? Why is Tikuri eating? It's dangerous. Stop that. No. Alright. Place Don in the chair, lol. Oh no, Don's going in the chair. Don is absolutely going in the chair. Don't worry. It is just a matter of how we want to draw this. Because what I'm imagining we can do
is we have like the little triangle base here, alright? And then I'm imagining a particularly kind of thick support beam for this, because I think that's how chairs work. And like, we're gonna just place this better into the scene. Because keep in mind, we are not just drawing a chair. It's not just a chair. We are explicitly drawing... why is that not connecting, actually? Hold on. 1 second. We are explicitly drawing me crushing a wasp against my chest, because that's literally what happened, like, 2 weeks ago. And someone's making me reenact it by a drawing mechanism. Also, I found the wasp. I forgot to say, it was like one of those weird kind of blue wasps. I've never seen them before. But... yeah, the only time Don is small is when you all use the tiny regime. So true! So true, actually. Propaganda? Yes, but it doesn't mean it's false. So we're gonna go ahead, do something like this, then like Don's on the side. Alright. Now I have to figure out, as how do I draw my sitting down, because I've never actually done this before. Meant the avatar? Put Umbi above the chair while Don's in it? What does that mean? Hello? Hello? I became Australian for a second. That's crazy. I got Australian. Also, I forgot to, like, draw, like, the little stupid headrest push-in. Nah. Umbi likes chairs too, all I'm saying. Well, I think most people like chairs. It's how you're allowed to sit down. I don't think that's necessarily a qualifier for anything. Is a large green gecko, and that's a truth. It's blue, but you know what? You got 2 of the 3 down. I respect that. Alright, so like, how do I even do this? Because we got like my legs like squished up against the side. Which, by the way, this is like genuinely true. This is a really small chair. It's like 90% of the reason why it's uncomfortable. Like, my legs do actually just squish to the side in this thing. Like, it is intensely uncomfortable. Hot? It's not! It hurts! It's like a chair made by, like, Little Tykes or something, except it costs $110 and it's a gaming chair that I got for Christmas. And, like, here's the thing, I'm not gonna complain about gifts I get, right? Except this one. This one is completely fair game. Like, would I do better with a folding chair? Probably not. But that's really not saying anything. You know? Alright, send picture of the chair. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I will. But right now, I am more focused on doing the drawing. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. So we got leg. We got leg, which is just a circle right now. It's a damn good circle, I'll have you know. Pizza Tower? It's not Pizza Tower. Sorry. I apologize. Okay, so then from here, what we would need is, like, big heckin' leg here. Like that. At the W. so something like that. Like, trying to actually figure out how my legs work drawing this. Okay. Good. I think I've figured out legs. I'm getting strong. Legs. Attack needs more. It needs legs. You know, I was watching someone play Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time a few days ago. And they got to the secret theater. And they did not understand the purpose of the secret theater. It was hilarious to see. Alright. Okay. Let's see. There we go. How many hundreds of redeems do you have to do, Don? I have to do 7, which is a lot. That is a lot of redeem. Secret theater without context is wild. Yeah. They saw the Sokolov, what was it? The spoilers for the Metal Gear Solid 3 Secret Theater specifically. And like nothing to do with the actual game. What is it? The Kamehameha. They saw that, and they were very confused. They did not laugh. Which was probably the funniest part about it all. They did not laugh to a single thing that happened. They were just like, why? Why did he do that? Why'd he do that, bro? Why'd he do that, broski? Okay. And we can do that as like a split. No, that's a little too much of a split. Like, how else do we... Okay, let's put the other leg down. Alright? Before we really begin confusing ourselves here. That's like roughly the same distance. Horizontal. Now, we can like fit this in pretty half-decently. We line it up right. Oh wait, hold on. I think it's because I never flipped it around that's not lining up correctly. Done! Why would you do this? That's fine. What we're instead going to do is we're going to have to just fill it manually. Which isn't a big deal, but it does make things a little harder. Okay, good. Make sure we're just filling this here. Going all around. Keep in mind, the legs here, we aren't even detailing. We just need them to figure out, like, how far up Don actually goes on this chair. Alright. There we go. That's pretty solid, I'd say. The only thing is, now like, things are, like, too far. Which isn't quite right. The devs and animators made it because they were bored and wanted to reuse stuff to make things they thought was funny. Yeah. The rock, paper, scissors one was really good. I still think the rock, paper, scissors one is the best of them all. And I don't think it's close. The only other one is like Snake flipping the little thing in the air for obvious reasons. But... Alright. Let's see how we can go from here. Alright, he pulls out all 3 at once. Yeah. I mean, look, it's the strat. Gotta respect it. Okay. Let's see how that looks now. Alright, that's a little better. You know, it gets the point across. And then we're gonna have, like, you know, Don's kind of like stomach here. And then, like, you know, the body goes up from there, like, pretty rapidly. It's like, what is it? Like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, I don't even know how to, like, draw these proportions when, like, the Gek is sitting. Like, I am deathly terrified of such a pose like this. It reveals I am afraid! But no, more, like, actually, though, like, I'm just, like, not used to this. Gotta get strong. I think, like, it might genuinely be that things are, like, this. I should have drawn all of that on, like, this layer. We are, like, actually just redrawing lines that we already have created. Then we're gonna erase them on the other layer. They will mostly remain completely intact. But the reason we do this is because it's going to be so much easier to flip it this way. Okay, good. We are going to be drawing the shirt. The shirt is very important for this drawing. Alright, good. Just like that. Nice. Okay. Let's try that. Good. Alright. Actually, don't know how to take this further. Actually, do I? Wait, is that, like, perfect? It might be. Okay. Now, the thing is, we can't copy the arm, but... Actually, you know what? Maybe we can. Maybe we can, and we just edit it after the fact. Let's try that. I think that's fine. Yeah. And then, like, we said, like, the stomach was going to end, like, way further up than the line we drew, so let's go ahead and do that. Just like that. Good. And then we can just do, like, something really simple, like this, as a taper. Or like that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That adds, like, just a tiny bit of, like, detail to kind of, like, tie everything in together. Nah. The thing is, that angle would have looked like something else. No, we just want it to look like we're actually on the chair, like that. That's better. That's better. That is significantly better. Look at that. Yep. See, now that is, like, balanced. That is, like, close to balanced. That is close enough to balanced where it does not make me uncomfortable. So, we're gonna go ahead, flip this around. Alright, yay. Nice. Alright, now we're gonna fill this in. Up, up. Beep, bop, boop. Blap, blap, bloop. Bleep, blap, bloop, blap. Okay. And I am noticing I probably overcorrected here. Which is fine. It happens. Are you hitting me with Lego? Yeah, I super overcorrected here, actually. Super duper. So, we're gonna go ahead and do this.
I'm mates.
Hello?
Are
Are you all tilted? Are you all tilted? Oh, come on, yeah, I said tilted. It is so rewarding for me, I know.
You mean I'm not 99.9% clean?
I can make you 99.9% clean.
Don't ask me what that means, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm
scared.
scared.
I think the next big thing I'll do with Big Gecko is just edit it so like the eyes are always kind of looking down a little. I think that will just kind of help with it not looking like I'm aimlessly looking at space. I think that's fair.
I got my top
Wow. The normal voice change is distracting. I mean, it's just a way to hear what I'm saying this year. What's the goal? I could like tone it so the normal voice is like, I'm surprised that the echo isn't distracting that honestly. I really hope the echo will be why I have too much to talk, but fair enough. How does everyone else feel with my accents? Is this a new routine or testing it? Yeah. Strong. I hope for lately. Ours. Right now, how we feel. It's pretty cool. Shout out to the hit movie Cars. It's a real movie. So what we could do here is we actually do a bend, and then that bend ends up, and it casts more like this. Just a little. Because like we're treating it like it's a wrap fabric right now. Is that Gecko end is going to slap down. I'm very sure that Big Gecko lasts longer than Tiny. It does! By roughly 3 times. Because eventually it'll be like 3 times the price, but it'll have a lot more functionality as well. So, it'll make up for it. It will make up for it. But since the functionality isn't there yet, I'm only factoring in the time it lasts for how long that redeem is. But there will be unique things for Big Gecko mode. And I might even try to see if I can't make a timer to keep Big Gecko mode as long as possible for people. So it's like a rally event. Like a little bar on the screen. That could be cool. I think it's quite lovely it lasts longer. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Damn. Alright. So the first thing we're gonna have to do for the spider is we're just gonna simply do a big heckin' flop. And we're gonna keep on flopping. Alright? Let's see. Oh my gosh, the flowers look so good right now. These unironically might be one of the best, like, kind of flowers I've ever made. This is so close to the actual design I want. And we're, like, kind of doing it all first try, too. That is insane. Holy moly. Holy moly, those flower petals. They are so good. It's really a shame that I'm going to have to, like, you know, bring them down a little because they're going to be covered by my hands. But that's fine. That's alright. It's the sacrifices we make for drawings. SpongeBob Skyflower looking ass. I'm sure you're looking at ass. What? Okay. Let's go for this. Just gonna cut down all of that. Yep. Falling. That is so clean so far. I'm gonna make sure I'm saving this first as wasp kill. Just so we have wasp kill, you know, protected Which, by the way, speaking of protecting all the stuff, what if I just upload the 2 redeems we've done so far today? I think that would be a good idea. Meow, 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 meow. So let's go to the DahDoodles and quickly throw in these 2 that we have. Bam, bam. Nice. I do not know. Alright. Let's go ahead and just make sure we got the big kind of hand slapper bapper. I mean, technically, like, the wasp was, like, closer to up here, but for the purposes of the drawing, I'll have it, like, further down. I think that's okay. We want to do our big oven mitt hand, like that. It's pretty solid. I like that. There we go. Pretty nice, I'd say. Pretty alright, indeed. And the hand is accidentally built into the sweater itself. Oops. Not the worst thing, I guess, but, you know, not exactly preferable by any means. But we can just kind of fill it all in from there. Bam, bam. It looks like I'm just rubbing my stomach. Alright. Also, since we have the time, let's go ahead and make sure that we're getting this down here. That's pretty good. Think about the distance. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Nice. I like that a lot. I feel like we did that super well. Super coordinated, super high focused. Yes! Alright. And the other hand will just kind of be to the side, really. Just like that. Done. What? The drawing you made earlier of your face? It? I drew my face? It's true. Okay. Now, the really difficult part here is going to be figuring out how we can draw, like, a little bit of, like, what is it? Scruff. Just on the sweater itself, from the impact. So, like, what I'm imagining I can do is just, like, something like this. Actually, you know what? Hold on. What if I do something a lot easier than that? If I do, like, darker purple lines to just, like, show impact. Like, big slap hand. Alright. That's pretty good. We got the big slap hands down. Alright. And now, I could just do, like, Don blankly staring a little to the side, like this. I know, like this. Alright. Got what I wanted, I'm gonna add as a layer in here. Just because this is the vibe we're going for. Similar, relative, what is it? Head size. That's pretty good. So I'm just gonna make a save again, just to be like super certain all goes well. Okay. Now let's go for it. Believe in us. Let's stroll! Keep in mind, we haven't even gone to the wasp yet. That's how layered this redeem is. I didn't realize it was this layered going in. But that's fine. It happens. Copy and paste the close-up of your face you drew onto it. See, I was thinking about doing that, but I feel like that's cheating. Honestly. I know that's like a weird line to pull. But also, like, the close-up of the face, I didn't save the close-up itself, I saved the shark tail face. You know? So there is a little bit of issue in doing that too, even if I wanted to. I was not thinking ahead. I never really think ahead, but like, especially right now. Ooh, wait, hold on, that's like going crazy. Now that I can use my skull as a reference point, like, this is going good. Yo! Hey, yo! Wait a second! Oh, that's sick! Yes! Oh, I like that a lot. Okay. My thing broke. We're fine. I'm just gonna kind of like do something like this. Because we won't be seeing the top of the skull. We just kind of have this here. Because the hat's going right over it. None of that was connected. Alright. But as a result, we have a little bit of a cube head. Which, to be clear, my head is not a cube. But this does help with the shaping. Oh, the neck's a little too large. That's what's throwing me off here. Hold on. Do something more like that. Yeah, there we go. Because while this does not really reduce the neck, the head takes way more prominence. Which is going to help with balancing out the perceived issues with this. Then we can like just carve it from there. Rooftop run, horse. Their horse reacting me. Okay. Very good. And now we just gotta fill this all in once and for all. Once and for all. The first head is good. Love to see it. Not sure why I'm saying, like, the first head like there's a second head. There's really just one head. Do that. So we also have to, like, cut it down, like, through here to make sure it fills proper. So I kind of want to redo how that connects and this section here. I think we can make it a lot smoother. Alright. Nice. Okay! Yay! Very good. Bam, bam. Oh. Bam, bam. Nice. Alright. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. And now, I'm gonna do a little bit of a blop. Sometimes I have to remember how large the hat actually is. And then that blop is gonna kind of become a disc. Goes all the way down this way. Yay. Just like that. Good. Like, realistically, what I could do just now is, like, you know, take this all the way in, because this is going to be blocked by the head, this section, and it becomes its own layer to go behind the head. And now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually draw the top side, where you get significantly more layering very early on. So we're gonna go ahead and just kind of like draw it like this. Bam. That should be pretty good once we add in everything else. What I can do in the meantime, though, is I can, like... Oh, you know what I could do? I don't even need to add an outline to the clothes here. I never really thought of it, but, like... Honestly, if I just, like, follow this... Like, that's pretty good. And over here, that's pretty good. And then we keep on going. very nice. Then... Oh, wait. Oh, I realized the issue. The head's too slim on the right side. That's what's throwing me off with this still. Oh, okay. I see. Nice. Alright. Good. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Just make sure we're doing that as well. Alright, fill all of that in. And now... let's go for fixing this up. Because you can see we have it angled. We don't want it angled. We want to do something more like this. And that's gonna fix like 90% of the issue right there. Just like that. Yes! Yes! This is what we needed! Oh. What could have even connected those pieces? I genuinely don't know. Anyhow, let me just get all that. I have to go back around this with the 3 pixel. That is fine. Nice. Significantly better. Fix their reactions in Don's notives. Wow. I don't know what those reactions were. But thank you, I suppose. Alright. Is that just like my neutral stare at all times? I guess it is, yeah. I really realized that. Just like, getting like the nostril bit down is going to be really hard. Okay. I'm just flipping it. I'm flipping it. I'm playing safer, smarter. Good. Alright, nice! Now I just gotta do my eyes. Oh, jeez, the hat is way too high up. That's fixable. That is, like, really easily fixable, though. So, like, that's not bad. And remember, the eyes are just going to look weird here because they're, like, too, you know, a different perspective that they should be. Cool. Very nice. Alright! Yay! Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. I changed it from small gecko to small gecko knot. Whoa. It's pretty cool. Love to see it. Yay! Alright. We're gonna start out with just kind of dotting looking around. Actually, maybe they can be looking down. Because this is before they realize what they've seen. This would be before they've understood the calamity of their actions. Alright, very nice. Fill that all in. Alright. The other one should just be easily fillable. No, it's not. Darn. Now it is. Okay. Now, with this, for the shading... Oh, I never realized it was like 3 distinct pieces. Aw, that makes sense, though. Guess in that case, what we could do is something more like get a 4th piece here. It's like further down, like right there. Okay, and that'll be like the big eye, the big starer, you know? Good. Then this one's like further in. Good. Good, good. Alright. So we have that all focused down. Let's just make sure we are adding the shadowing still. Shadowing is very important. So, I want to do that, even despite it all. And now, admittedly for this, we actually don't need, like, a ton of, like, crazy different shadowing here. We just want to show that something is changing. Like, just near the beginning of the process. So, like, that's going to work pretty decently. Honestly, we could hold that until later, like around here-ish, just to make sure that things are still bright, you know? Because that'll make it a lot smoother. Just like that. Good. And then we can do the even darker piece towards the very top. And like, this will just be another thin line, like this, on the iris. This is usually not, like, the most visible thing. So I can't even fault myself for forgetting about it now and then. Bam, bam. Nice. Keep in mind, the moment that this gecko realizes what is on them, they are going to start screaming. They just have not realized it yet. At the time of this drawing. Very good. They were scared by Bug. But granted, Bug was Wasp, so it's very reasonable. Alright, nice, nice. Very good. And we can also do a little bit of an outline this way. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Very good. And I could even do... Now I'm, like, thinking about, like, how much crazier we can take this. Like... We can do the eye ridge like this. Like, that kind of, like, you know, creates almost like a faint kind of emotion kind of feel, you know? Nah, that's a little much. I could try to still get a little bit of that by simply just creating a slightly more kind of bright spot, like, you know, lights reflecting, because we can see light reflecting there. So, like, we can go for it. That's a little too much, though. It has to be subtle. It's going to be where we really struggle. I've never been the best at subtlety. It's pretty okay, though. Right there. Good. Alright, nice. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Did you eat the bug snack, Don? You could have a stinger for a nose. I don't think I would be affected by the bug snack, honestly. I think my body is too dense to be changed by them. In any meaningful capacity. Because I'm just that cool. Alright, good, good. Meow, 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 meow. Me, 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 meow, 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 meow. Alright. Good. I kind of like have a frog mouth here, which is very much not Dotton, but that's okay. That's alright. It's a little bit of a weird piece anyhow, so we don't mind too much. Bam bam. Can't believe Shelda's a fraud. I can. I can. I saw the process. Alright.
Now keep in mind, why am I small? No, no, don't keep that in mind. Don't keep that in mind at all. Erase that from your mind. Do it now. Do it now. Can't believe Big Gecko wore off just as I joined. That's not what happened. Ah! Not the slide, no! Is that gaming chair for infants? I'll have you know that, like, I actually have this gaming chair IRL, and I could be convinced that is the case. It is, like, it's so intensely uncomfortable.
And I'm back to normal. Yay! You can't condense me as easily as you can expand me. Alright, let's see. I think we might want to taper this off a little bit more. Yeah, Dalton, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by yeah, Dalton? I'm referring to the new redeem we have. The Big Gecko redeem! It's finally here.
It's like first stage. It will eventually become a lot stronger than this. But I want to make sure that things are like, ready on the fly to add it. Other things will likely be added on Friday. I want to make sure this one was ready guaranteed today. So, yeah.
Hello.
But yeah, we will be doing a lot of little fixes to this. They'll have unique little redeems associated with it whenever it's on. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be so awesome. It's gonna be so cool.
Is
your voice goes up 2 different pitches at once. Yes. It's just to help, like, make things a little bit easier to understand. And thank you for the pets, well. You know what? Hold on. Just for this one, what I test? Like, not having a sex pitch, I can make this slime like intended. I'm easy as that. Here, I'm gonna do something insane. Can you still understand me? Is it easy? Stop stalling slime. Don't tell me what to do. Like the size of my tiny teeth. I'll let you know. It only took 2 years, but I'm sold out. I'll let you know. I am so cool. I can mostly understand that. Can everyone? Just generally, even with this. Is that good? Say yes if you understand, and if it's hard, let me know why. But yeah, we're testing something right now. I'm getting swole. I'm the swollest there ever was, in terms of leg. Actually, what if I do this? This like creates a very tiny little bit of syncopation. Should be good? I can understand better with the other voice on. Okay, well keep that in mind. I'll add it a little bit. And let's see. Does this make it easier? Just like this? Or is it like still a fight? Because I originally had it at 85% earlier today, and it changed it to 65%. This is 80% of a mix. Yeah.
Let me know what you feel. What do you think? Were you able to understand any of that? But yeah, let me know. Don, did you get the coda done? I did, yeah. I did. I woke up at like 2 AM. I heard let me know what you feel when you guys smaller. God. Let's see. No, I'm chilling though. So the let me know what you feel you heard. You probably didn't hear anything else. Yeah, like the issue with the deep voice, it's going to be really hard to balance the two. You know what I'm saying? And that was like the big risk. I'm not sure. Wait, let me test this. Is the echo too difficult to understand through? Because I'm hoping that the echo is fine. I put it on right now, just to test it. But let me know. Don should be smaller? No. Disagreement. Disagreements in here. Alright. Now from here, what I could do is a little bit of this into this into this into this into this. Made the one flower over here significantly too large. too large in a significant manner, etc. Alright. Bam bam. Bam bam. Alright, it's simpler to understand without the echo, but that's because I hear your normal voice perfectly well. Ah, fair. Yeah. So, like, the echo helps with the more big gecko, big chunkster gecko kind of a thing, right? Do I understand that right? Because if so, that's completely fair. That makes sense, even. No, the difficult thing is going to be kind of like doing the... It's actually not that difficult. Who am I kidding? I am so strong. We spent like 50 minutes on this drawing already, and we still haven't even gotten to the wasp. I've never drawn a wasp before. I'm actually really scared about it. But like, the thing is, the wasp is stuck between my hand and my sweater. It is exploding. That is the purpose of this drawing. We're gonna go ahead and just merge down all of our assets, like, super quick. Just because I am pretty happy with how all of that looks. Gecko thoughts on slug cats and bees in Super Animal Royale? I'm so happy for you. I've been asking for geckos to be added to that game for the longest time, and they are, like, refusing to do it, man. They're refusing out of spite. But yeah, you know, I'm glad that, you know, the bees and the slug cats are in the game. Surprised that slug cats are. That's, like, pretty cool. So, you know what? Good for them. You know, I'm not a sore loser. I'm just a sore, sad gecko. I'm not sore. Alright. They said slug cats were one of their most requested crossovers. I guarantee you geckos were requested more. I don't believe that they were among the most requested animals for a second. Most requested crossovers? Maybe. But like, I don't believe for a second geckos weren't requested more. Who could possibly hold a grudge against .gecko.monster? So true. Alright. Now, what we're gonna do here is... I need to draw not just a wasp, but a wasp getting slammed into oblivion. They know what they've done over the years. Done nothing wrong. I've never done a single bad thing in my life. I'll have you know. Okay. And now we have this. And now what I'm going to have is my big hand. My big hand over the surface. And this is like one of the fingers. Okay. No, that's not what fingers look like. Oh god, how am I going to draw this? Oh no! That's fine. We'll figure it out. We could do, like, the surface of the fabrics like this. Where it's like a, kind of, like, here. And, like, we'll do, like, little, bits of, what is it? Oh, shaky bits to indicate, like, the fibers of the sweater. And it doesn't need to be anything crazy, you know? It just needs to be there. So... I'm gonna do little stuff like this. Bop, bop. 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 You know, quick question. Does anyone have an image of them being, like, pressed down by a hand? I know that's very specific. It would be very useful in this very particular circumstance. I don't, and you know it. That is true. I know you don't. That is absolutely true. I'm asking if there's anyone else. Any hand gamers. Any hand gamers? Good. Hold on. Okay. Nice, nice. And then we're gonna try here. Blup blup. Fill in. It took everything. Just do that. It's like still actively slurping up everything. You know what? Yeah, let's slurp. Let's slurp! That's fine. Because in us doing that, it just means we have to go over like the actual ridge again. And that's not a big deal. It is still significantly easier. The only thing we might do is like something like this. Where we go from here. Who do I take the side of? The one that can ban me or the other one that can ban me? What do you mean by this? Crying, sobbing. Alright. But like, this is just us trying to get the sweater fibers down. And it'll be really clear once we add the pedal to the side. Alright. Good. Good. Nice. Come on. Good. 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 Okay. So we got that all down. Now, we can draw the big side pedals. Are here. Alright, nice. I mean, these might even be extended, like, further out because of, like, stitching and stuff, so it might be more like that. And as a result, more like that. Actually, more on the latter one, too. Or like that. There we go. Nice. Let's check that. Bam, bam. I'm gonna go ahead and save this again. Just making sure we're not losing anything. And now we have to draw this dying wasp. But, like, the thing is, I don't even know how to draw wasps.
I absolve you of your sin.
No! Ah!
You have
Hello, Waffle! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. I am drawing the time that I accidentally crushed a wasp during stream. On my shirt. And I got scared. And then I panicked because it was still alive. And then I chased it around my room for, like, several, minutes on end. But we are drawing this poor wasp exploding. But yeah, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. No? I mean, to be fair, it was a wasp. At that point, like, you know, at that point I would have already angered it. Like, I actually don't know how to draw, like, a wasp kind of character. Would that work? Because, like, they have, like, little, triangle heads. Smallest Waffle, you're small, unlike Don, who's gargantuan. So true. But, like, you know, the moment that they make contact with the sweater, their fate is already sealed. Okay. We can do something like that. Don eats wasps like flaming hot Cheetos. I absolutely do not. I do not. No. No, that sounds very, very not nice. For me. They did taste like flaming hot Cheetos, maybe it would be different, but they very much do not, and as a result, I would not. Absolutely not. Full on disagreement right there. Okay, let's try that. Blup, blup. Alright. Let's try that. Bam bam. And now we gotta do like the little wasp ears, but like then they get kind of like, you know, forced to the side like this. Because, you know, there's a very big sweater. Good, good. Solid start. Gecko thought this before though, and you said yes by the one thing you had drawn down with it saying just ate 3 wasps. First off, it wasn't them eating wasps, it was them eating bees. It was like one of the first little doodles I did of Dawn in like a university notebook. It was like, here, I'll show you what it was. It was like really simple. It was like, was it big head, then really stubby body, okay? It was like arm here, leg here, arm here. The legs were smaller. And then like it was going to be like, you know, eyes, smile, looking this way, okay? Like this is pretty much what was drawn. Also like big tail, but like the tail's a lot more of a chibi design, like that. And then all I did was wrote something like, they ate 4 bees. Just like this. Like, that was pretty much what I drew, just straight up. And you know what? We're gonna keep this in the corner. We keep this in the corner over here. They ate 4 bees. How do you know they don't taste that? How do you know they don't taste like Flamin' Hot Cheetos if you don't eat them? Flamin' Hot Cheetos might get their flavor from wasps. You know, I suppose that is a chance. I suppose that is a chance I will never know. Okay. So, we got, like, the big wasp head. And we could do something a little bit crazier here, like give it, like, actual pupils, which wasps really don't have, but for the purposes of making sure that their sadness is palpable, we can do that. And we just like fill it in like that. But yeah, let's go for a test. And then the other one's looking the other way. Bam bam. We'll draw a single tear from its eye. Just weld up. I'm a monster. Yay. There we go. So we have our wasp. We have the first part of our wasp, I mean to say. Nice. I know you're a monster. Yeah. I'm cool like that. Bam bam. This looks insane. Yeah. This is an insane drawing, admittedly. Oh. Hold on. How do we... There we go. Because it's trying to connect everything together, and I need to be careful that it doesn't do that. Okay. So, we have our wasp head. Just as Don is hanging this down. And now, the thing is, we gotta, like, draw the wasp body. But the good news is, we really don't need to. Because the wasp body, I'm gonna show you how far it's gonna go. Okay? It's gonna go, like, here. At most. And then it's gonna have little legs. And that's it. And that is all. Actually, hold on. Before I do anything here, let me make sure that I am bringing this down. That my fill tool is a little bit more on the sensitive side. There we go. Good. As adding some very clear dynamics to the piece that weren't there previously. Now we fill in the yellow. We could actually go for a little bit more orange here for this body overall. I think that would be fine. A little too much. Bring up more like that. Could do that. That seems fine. Alright. And now, we're gonna do a ton of little legs. They're all gonna be, like, kinda stubby up. It's a little too little of a little leg. Okay, good. And, you know, it's flailing about, unfortunately. You know, it has been slapped. Quite noticeably. And keep in mind, these legs will be visible even when we draw the hand. And Don just simply does not know. This feels weird to draw. I feel like I'm making a mistake drawing this. This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. This was a creature that was actually alive once, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was a creature with hopes and desires for pollination, and then it went into my bedroom. And now it is a stream meme. It's like the worst fate a wasp can have, right? It's not like insecticide or anything, it's becoming a stream meme. See, a mistake but trespassed, it probably doesn't understand what that word means. Let's see. Just fill all of that in. Bam bam. Bam bam. Yeah, we got our wasp. I guess we could do, like, a little bit of, like, amber wings back here. Like this. Its mistake was not leaving when it had the chance. It genuinely really did have a chance to leave. Unironically. Because, like, who knows how long it was in my room. And then I accidentally set my hand down onto it and it's dead. Well, it's not dead. It then suffers, but then it's dead. Okay, so there's, like, our wing 1. Wing 2 we can have, like, fluttering a little. Like here. Alright. This is such an insane thing to draw, by the way. Alright, bam bam. Hold on. I have an idea. I wanna actually, like, bring blue up over here. Because I need to, like, erase a lot of the extra, like, jank on this side, these sides. So, if I use blue, I can see easily where each of the particles are, versus because it's all light. Hi, I'm Big. Hi, Allison. Oh, come on in. I hope you're doing well today. Some are being squished under me. Some people here would disagree, myself included. To be fair, they aren't even squished under me. This is like by my hand. This one is suffering. Admittedly, donning their favorite form. Yay! I'm the world breaker, or at least the world shaker. I'm so good at shaking myself, and then it shakes the area around me, which is pretty cool. But yeah, how are you all doing? I'm personally chilling. Yeah. Okay, so now the question is, how do fingers work? And can I have those? Thoracic gecko? Thoracic gecko, if you know what I'm saying. Winks, nods. I can't zoom in. Hi, hello! I'm personally chilling. Hope you're also chilling. Dying? Yeah. Hi, Allison. I'm using what you just said. Yeah? Go for it. That's why it's infinite. Because I'm so good at saying things, and I'm so full of saying and things. But yeah, let's see. Let's go for big easy fingers. Being like, you know what? I like the idea of having the wasp layer for the first 2 fingers, and then the 3rd finger is like directly over it. I think that would be fair. Because the way that fingers work is, I mean, they're fingers, you know, that's like part of the really big part of why people love them. It makes it feel like they can feel things. Okay, good. First finger. No, I feel like that's a little too much. What if we do this? It's also the gamer chair. This is my actual chair. You know, I need to find like a better angle to do that with. If what if we do another dance? I'm ready. Alright? Oh, no, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and refund that. I feel like I baited you in for that. And I do apologize. Let's see, that would have been... Groove. No more demon sound dying. It's not even demon sound! No, here's the thing. As you expand, your vocal cords become deeper and more fibrous. And as a result, it has to work with a lot more. But it also means that every single word I say kind of like slightly rumbles you to your core, which is pretty cool. Nah, I need to find a good way to balance the audio there. But yeah. It's just an excuse to make us sound squeaky if they're smaller than you. Oh, you bet it is. Oh, you bet it is. But, let's see. How do we want to do these hands? How do we want to hands? I guess I could just do hands like, what is it? Like, well, the thing done is the small one here. No.
No! Why would you do this? Help! Help! Help me! No! Oh! If I just make noises like that forever, would you feel bad? Would you start crying on my behalf? You poor small thing. I am the poorest, smallest thing, I say, as I, like, run over to you and you're still staring at, like, my shoulder height. Normal size thing. Can't believe this. The Samba Groover games are a larger percentage of the Tiny's length compared to Big Gecko. It's true.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I can't believe this. Green piss? It's not green piss. It is not green piss. That sounds dangerous. Not really dangerous. It just doesn't sound nice. I'm gonna pretend it sounds dangerous. You know? Because that inoculates me from the desires of green. Whiz. Alright, let's see how this looks. Honestly, I'm thinking that looks pretty alright. I think that gets the feel across. The only thing we could do is we could make, like, this part of the hand, like, extend a little further, just so you can see the pressure being exerted. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be good. But, like, you know, I don't want to draw, like, the wasp, like, breaking, like, a porcelain doll, so... I think this is fine for now. Down is green? No! When you eat too much green, I don't think that's how piss works. Like, if I was given nothing except, like, green eggs or something from the hit Dr. Seuss book, Green Eggs and Ham, like, I don't think that would just change everything I am to green. I think I would just still be me. Except I'm just eating green, you know? Last time someone downed the hatch? Is this why you made Sirius the piss frame? Okay, look. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. in color palettes, okay? I'm in bed now, thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for being here, 26. We're almost done this drawing. Just want to make sure that I am getting the fingers, the like little detail that they deserve right now. Okay, let's see how that looks. Ooh. Okay, let's see how this looks. Ah, nice. That's pretty good. So like that's pretty identifiable as part of the hand, I'd say. Especially when I actually add the hand detail over here. Alright, very good. Nice. I think that looks pretty solid. And this is going to be called Dottin Accidentally Crushes a Wasp. But no, I think we did so good. Dottin accidentally crushes a wasp. Alright, and this request was done by... Let me look for the name. That would have been... Where is it? Yoshi Likes! Alright. Perfect. Alright, let me make sure that we are bringing the caption back up to our usual size, which is like roughly here. Don accidentally crushes a wasp unaware, I'll call it, just so, you know, it's a little clear. Alright, yay! I'm to blame, yes, sorry everyone. What do you mean, sorry? This is a sick or deep. This is radical. All we have to do left is add a little bit of a question mark. Because I don't know what just happened. Whatever might that be? Very nice. Now we're just gonna fill that all in. Bring this up, bring this up. Hey, look at that. In fact, I think we could make it just a little bit better. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Ooh, what if I do it like this? There we go. I think that looks pretty nice, but what if... Just make things... What if we shake things around just a little bit? I think doing it like this is probably the best. Only thing I want to like possibly change in addition to that is we're gonna shrink down this question mark and we're gonna just put it to the side and a little bit further up. Nice. Alright, we're gonna go ahead, save that, and save it as a wasp kill. Yep. Perfect. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put that one real quick into our DahDoodles section. That was a 1 hour redeem right there. That's crazy. But, you know, that looks pretty solid. That's pretty up there, I must say. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna get something small to eat. Because I've been a little hungry for the last 30-ish minutes, and we will be back in roughly 5 to 7 minutes, I want to say. It's a little bit longer than usual. It's kind of a harkening back to our extended BRBs. I hope that's alright with everyone. And I'm gonna go ahead, run out, do that, and we'll be back in roughly 5 to 7 minutes. I'll see you then, and if you're lucky, you might even see one of the 3 things that we drew today. Alright, be right back! Wahoo! Maybe there should be a redeemed Make Dot in blue. You know there's Arc Echo B, but that's every color, so like, eh? I'm already blue though. We'll be able to get started in just another 2 minutes. I said started. We'll be back in another roughly 2-ish minutes. And we will be strong. We will be strong with it. But yeah, I just need to quickly try to set something up with the new redeem. I don't think I'm going to be able to like have it like unveiled, but I'm just like curiously tweaking its back end a little. But yeah, gray blue. No. I am already blue. I'm reading the other thing. You're already blue, you changed your color in the break? No, I didn't change the color in the break. No, that's silly. I'm just always blue. Alright, and with that, we are back! Let's go ahead and swap over to the screen. The little MSPaint screen, I mean to say. And, yeah, we're doing pretty good. My Gek, you're already big, yet you made Big Gecko a redeem. If you're so blue, surely this wouldn't be any different. I guess that is true, yeah. I just like tap into more blue. That could be, yeah, I see the argument. That's fair. Fair. Alright, our next DahDoodle is as follows. Don hip checking a pinball machine to cheat for someone and knocking over the entire machine. Alright. I do not know whether that's easier or harder than the one we did before. That's a little scary to think about. So what we're gonna go for is, we usually don't do red backgrounds, I feel. So, we're going a little bright with it. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to look for some pinball machine, like, you know, types of stuff. Do any of you know of cool pinball machines, if I might ask? Things that would be cool for me to base it on? Because I know of one pinball machine that, I remember. And it's like a setup at home pinball machine kind of thing. It was from like 2011. But like it was like genuinely just like a cheap kind of home pinball machine setup. And I'm looking for it because it was a basic little kind of board of Monopoly. And I wish I had a photo of it, but you could do one for green too, but not an obnoxious lime. A nice emerald green would be quite interesting. Yeah, true. Yeah. But like, it was almost like a fold-up pinball machine kind of thing. I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to find it, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best, and I will be strong. But yeah, I think it was like 2011. This specific machine I'm thinking of would have been. I remember, like, while we'd play, it would go like bam bam, bow bow, and that was like its entire soundtrack. Like just that like simple 7-second thing playing constantly. I mean, maybe it was like older than that? I don't know. Is there like a good way to look up pinball machines? Because this is the one I want to draw. I want to see whether or not I can find it, because I think I can. I really think I can. That's not it there. I had like a little top line that was like extremely difficult to hit. But the moment you hit it consistently, it was like 3 points forever. I'm like genuinely hunting this thing down. I might need to look at eBay for this. Like, I don't even know. I want to find this thing. I want to find this thing really bad. But it was a very kind of cheap overall pinball machine. I remember this. Okay, I'm going to give myself like, what is it, 30 more seconds to find it? Because I see one machine, but it's not the right machine. You know? It's not the right one. I'm struggling. I'm struggling. Struggling, moogling. Yahoo. Yahoo. You know what? How about when it comes to machines and stuff like that, we just stick to the classics. We go for classic pinball machine. Alright, we're not gonna theme it after any sort of thing. We're just gonna go for a genuinely classic pinball machine. By classic, Struglin, Mooglin. I feel like a Moogle would be Struglin here. It could be. Could be the case. So it appears when I search classic pinball machine, I'm getting like no high-res images, which is also really bad. Because like, we're gonna have to see the inside of the pinball machine, you know? Like, it's gonna be important that we see that stuff. I found it. Wait, I found the machine. I found the machine. I found the machine just now. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness me. Oh, I found it! Working rare with manual. Yes! That's the one! Oh my goodness, hold on. I'm gonna show you this on stream, alright? Just so you know, I'm not going insane. Well, I am going insane, but like, not for this. So for whatever reason, the person who made the machine that we got it from had to have modded the machine because it's a different top. But, importantly, it's here. It's here and we can see it. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead, copy this image, I'm gonna post it into here. Oh no. Oh, I messed up the aspect ratio, no. Okay, what about that? That doesn't mess up the aspect ratio, that's good. So we're gonna bring it back. So, basically, the way that this machine would work, to explain it, is as follows. I'll go ahead and use the yellow. So, obviously, you have this knob down here. This is what releases the pinball through here. Like, you know, it's a pinball machine. You know how pinball machines work. But I want to explain each of these elements. This scoreboard would immediately light up and say, go, whenever you pulled this, even if the pinball was already in focus. So you never wanted to pull the knob. You never wanted to get crazy unless you were certain that the pinball was already in there. Otherwise, it would reset your score. But there were buttons that were like timed mode, buttons that were like life mode, stuff like that. One was like just to adjust the timer itself for timed mode. And one of them was the volume button. Because every time this machine would go off, it would go bah, 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 bah. You know, it's like just constantly. The only thing you could do with this machine is this button right here, alright? This button right here, in the center of all this. Where that would basically be your paddles. And it would control this paddle, and it would control this guy right up here. The low railroad guy. And it would spin the opposite direction. Because, like, all of the spinning directions were, like, inverted here. And some were faster, some were slower. This one was a slower one, up here, with the, railroad. And then, what else? It's, like, really hard to, like, see in this, isn't it? This guy went insane. This, like, community chest guy, or utilities guy, it was, like, spinning, like, 7 trillion RPM. And the moment that your marble touched it, or pinball, I mean to say, it would just launch straight over here. And wherever it goes from the... Sorry, I did it a little bit wrong. Straight over here, and it would hit the other utilities guy. Always, no matter what happened. And the other utilities guy, if you got bad bounce, it just goes right into the middle. If you got good bounce, it like goes right in here, leans off, and you can barely hit it. So this man was a death sentence if you hit it from above. If you hit it from below, it would instead send all the way back here, and you don't hit the utilities guy, and it ends up being a safe hit that way. Plus points. Then the other guy down here, he was kind of a whatever, little kind of spinner thing. It would like spin this way, like down like here. And basically all this ended up being is a prevention from this guy sending you straight down into here. Because the moment you hit that, instant game over. The question mark block, it affected something up here, if I remember right. But your means to actually hit this thing was surprisingly difficult, because if you would hit the, you know, pinball, it's escalating down, it would usually only have the speed to go ahead and backboard off here. If you hit it over here, you would get much better angle, and you might hit it a little, but then the moment you do that, it's not going to go through, and it falls back down into the middle. If you hit it over here, it just like, you know, bounces itself, but then you get like slightly higher altitude to make this ramp all the way up here. Right? So, this ramp was also really difficult to get through. You needed like maximum power. You had to like slap this machine all the way across on this paddle right here again, just to have the chance to do that. But because the entire machine would shake, because it wasn't bolted to the floor, because it was on carpet, like, it was more likely that your marble would go off to the side. But if your marble were to go up all the way here, and you didn't hit the chance block, basically what would happen is, it would go here, it would drop down, you get a lot of points, it keeps on going, it hits this, you hit paddle, and you just kind of go for the same thing, mostly. If you hit this guy as hard as possible, meanwhile, due to, like, you know, just how the board would shake, you actually end up kind of skating around this section, hitting this, which flings you back into here, which then goes underneath the ramp and then hits this guy. This machine does have a tilt detection. It does not. This is a very cheap, like, you know, personal machine thing. Oh wait, I forgot there was a button on this side too. Well, but both of these were connected though. Both of these buttons were absolutely connected. They would both go up at the same time. Actually, is that right? I think I'm misremembering that. I think you were able to control both. I just don't remember it being a good strat, because it would always be really risky based on how things would work. But if you do this, it has a detection marker for like right around here, which I hit now and then, and it would give a ridiculous amount of points. Oh my goodness, now I just want to like show you this machine, like in action. Like I just want to, like, showcase this. Because I want you to understand how this machine, like, actually operated. And I know this isn't, like, you know, the thing that we were talking about for today, but, like, I think it's still very important. So if I, like, search up Monopoly, 2000 machine, 2000 Millennial Edition, no one wants that. Let's see. Was this it? I don't think that was it. Where is it? Was it actually just a Junior Edition pinball machine? I never knew that. I thought it was just a straight up pinball machine. I mean, it makes sense, don't get me wrong, but... yeah. Let me go ahead and quickly make sure I can, like, find a little bit of a video of this machine. Alright. Are you all ready for this? Are you all locked in? Ready to test this out? Because I am. Let me quickly swap over to this guy here. Because I just want to reminisce about these pinball machines. Hey Don, hello, Kenku, welcome on in. We're about to draw a, what is it? Low machine thing. Like pinball machine, and I'm reminiscing over this vintage Monopoly machine I used to own. Or vintage, quote-unquote. It's supposed to be 80s themed, it's 2000s when it was made. But, like, you can see, there's a lot of little stuff here. I should probably, like, scroll this video to make sure it doesn't, like, pop up with anything. Okay, good. We're chilling. But, you know, it's a very cheap thing, overall. It's a single plug. This man is going so fast and not, like, showcasing anything. What's going on here? But yeah, you have the ball, it goes up, it rolls down. And, like, this dude didn't plug it in. Why? Why would you not plug in the pinball machine to showcase it? What's the point? You're showing a stagnant corpse of a pinball machine. For, like, no purpose. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. I'm gonna try and see if I can't find, what is it? Someone who actually knows how a pinball machine works. And, like, can showcase this thing. Okay. Yeah, so one moment as I do that. Yeah, this machine was, like, differently decked out. Okay, hold on. This person has the big spinner. This one has the big spinner. It's not quite the same. It is not the exact same machine, but it's close enough where I want to showcase it anyways. So, let me go ahead and quickly do exactly that after I, like, copy something for my own purposes later, because I'm very interested in this video. So I'm going to put in my personal kind of look at this later thing and go from there. So, let me go ahead and show this right now after I get my cat, who I have to get like 2 seconds. Alright, so this machine here, as it goes on, like, you know, it has like different difficulties. I guess this one, that's right, it had a 2-player mode. I forgot about that. But yeah, like, you know, you have the machine all lit up, all that stuff, and yeah, like, you have the big spinner. Does this person fire the machine? Please tell me they do it once. Okay, good. Good. And, like, you know, you can see the paddles are very finicky, right? So it's very difficult to get the feel across. Because unlike a usual pinball machine, like, the paddles aren't weighted. They are extremely light. And as a result, you do not have a lot of, like, haptic control over the ball itself. This man is struggling. Holy moly. Holy moly. I don't know why that man had such difficulty over a pinball machine. Also, not this slime, no. But, like, it's, I don't know, like, it's just a weird overall thing. But yeah, anyways, that is the pinball machine we are drawing right now. Alright. Let's see. So, we will begin by first sketching out what this machine would look like on its side. Because this is like post-dot and knocking it over. The drawing that we're doing. So, I'm imagining is, on its side, it would kind of look like this. Or it's like kind of like here. And then, like, you know, that's just the backboard, basically. And then the front board of it, like, you know, it's a lot more kind of like this. You get to see the full thing. I'm drawing over the picture layer. God, okay, 1 second. There we go. So, we'll do the backboard again. Backboard's easy. Basically like a big fan like this, because keep in mind, it's facing towards us too. So, like, it's going to have a little bit of additional depth and all that. And, yeah. Alright. Very good. And now, we could do is something like this. But now this prompt takes me back. Take me back. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. Okay. So we have the pinball machine like this, on its side. And you know what? We could, like, draw a little bit of its detail, you know? And we're not gonna go, like, 1 for 1 with the actual Monopoly machine itself for obvious reasons, but, like, we can do a little bit. We could do just a little, as an illusion, if you will. Alright, for instance, what we're gonna do is it's going to have a green kind of back, and it's going to have red paddles, alright? That's going to be the big similarities board that we're keeping. And then everything else we can, like, mix up from there. A green kind of backing with red paddles, that's, like, very safe. So, might as well go for it. Good. Into another good. Very nice. I don't think we really need to, like, add too much detail to these paddles itself. We just need to make it a little bit darker, just so, like, the outline kind of gets through and stuff. And then, what we could do from here is we just make the final line a little thicker, because this is, like, realistically where the slots and stuff are. So, if we do like this, this actually buys us a lot of space to work with. Alright. And, like, we do not know what the theming is going to be here. We might just do, like, a simple square as, like, its big purpose. The big purpose. But alright, and then, like, further on up through the board, let's say it changes colors. Like, you know, the further you get from the danger zone, the more bleak it becomes in terms of the color palette. So we could do something like this. Bam, bam. Blup, up. That was considered very similar. There we go. Now it's considered less. And now, at the very top, we have this much more kind of like purple to work with. We could make the green a little bit more vibrant to compensate. Just because I feel like there is otherwise a little bit of a mix-up here. And also, we can make this a little bit more yellow. Why not? Why not? Like, a little bit like that. Hey, look at that. That's actually aesthetically pleasing. Yay! Alright. Then what we're going to do is we can do some dark blue accents across this board. Or maybe dark purple. Either works. Not really big deal either way. But what I'm imagining is we could do a similar setup where they're just like little spinning wheels are supposed to be here. And let's say there's a big spinning wheel like right here. And then it happens that we have this guy, and then this guy right here. So there's our big spinning wheels on the board itself. And to really highlight that these wheels are big and spinning, do the additional top for each of them. That just kind of indicates what they are really smoothly. My cat is like walking around in my periphery. Okay, good, good. Very nice. Very nice. Alright. Now what we could do from here is a little bit of a darker, what is it? Pathing? Where, if you hit it, like, near the top, it just has, like, a path to follow. And we could, like, do this path down, like, very similar. Like, it doesn't have the big loop or whatever, but it still kind of, like, casts off from here. Very nice. Very good. I like that a lot. So, you know, we have our path. A little extra pin sensor. Actually, you know what? We can make that a little crazier. You know? Where the rail itself is, like, kind of crazy through the board before, like, launching down into this as a result. I think that makes for a much more interesting looking piece. So there we go. Very good. It adds a little bit of depth. We love that. And then it just kind of like drops off. As a result, to make sure it's very clear that it's dropping off right there, we can make the path up a little bit more understandable. And then, like, I don't know, we'll just kind of bring in this too. Just so it's like, oh yes, the ball goes through this slot. And then, like, we have all of this. So it's like almost like this is the back end right here. The back end is represented by gray, except for the main line. That's chillin'. That's pretty good. I like that. Am I forgetting anything else? You know what? I am forgetting one thing. I'm forgetting about, like, the little bands right here. That kind of help with, like, sloping and stuff. So we'll just, like, add those in. Besides that, we can add little lights to this thing. Like, we're gonna do a pattern up through here. And, like, I'm not sure how to make these lights really glow. We could try just, like, really heavy colors. Like this, into, like, this, into maybe this. Like, that's reasonable. That gets the feel across. It's not, like, the craziest thing, but it's noticeable. I guess we could do, like, even a pad at the top that's, like, you know, 3 colors as well. Like here. And, like, the really difficult one to hit in this case would probably always have to be blue. So, you know, you want to prioritize, like, incentivizing people for going for really difficult spots. And on this machine, it would be extremely difficult to hit a spot like this. To keep stuff up, afloat, in the boat, as it were. So I think that's pretty alright to go for. Then we have a similar block down here. It just kind of ties back in. So that's pretty much like our little pinball machine that we wanted to make. That is pretty well covered. Now, let's go for the backboard. Here's our backboard, right here. I'm gonna go ahead, fill it all in. And we don't really know what our theming is going to be here. That's all. but we can do like a fan kind of situation. So we're really moving away from the Monopoly aesthetic that they wanted, while still kind of keeping an overall 80s feel. Alright, very good. Gonna go ahead and fill this in with the lilac. Ooh, with the lilac, I said. There we go. And then, I don't know, we can just do like circles. We can do circles of the two main colors. Just kind of going straight through. We do not know what this theming is, but you know, it's pretty cool that it's there. Okay. Good, good. Good, good. Good. Alright. And then, like, we'll do, like, a little bit of a screen kind of theater thing. Or, like, right here, it says things. Actually, yeah, with this, it'll just say error. ER as an error. ER. R. Perfect. So, like, you know, it's got a little bit of technical difficulties, if you will. And now, the really important part is, 1, how do I draw the knob well? And 2, how do I draw the pillar stuff well? And then 3, and perhaps most important of them all, does this still look pleasing? Does this look like a game we would want to play? Or is this something where we're looking at and we're like, I wish for my quarters back? You know? And it's really important that we hit a good vibe with this. Also, we are going to have to change the general knob color from the red to the purple because 1, that's a lot more thematic, and 2, it would otherwise clash with the background. So, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Bam, bam. Now we'll have the knobs on the side. These knobs don't have to be, like, the most pleasing things to look at, as long as they work, you know? Bam, bam. Very good. I just want to make sure I'm getting the right color, so I'm going to color pick that. We're going to actually fill this in a little bit more. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. So there is our main pinball machine down. Now, the big prompt, once more, is Don hip checking a pinball machine to cheat for someone and knocking over the entire machine. I think we're going to simplify this prompt. Don is going to be cheating for themselves. They're not going to be cheating for someone else. But they will be standing here, just kind of like, darn, what have I done? And they'll be like a little sad. Though that said, we might not even see Dotton in this photo, because this was a relatively kind of like smallish pinball machine. Not like small, but enough where, like, you know, it's notable. The issue is, like, Don hip checking the machine, we're gonna have to, like, carve a chunk out of this thing. But, like, we could also carve a chunk out of its supports, right? Like, that could be how we do it. So, we're gonna have the machine like this. We're gonna begin by just drawing its basic legs, alright? Like, how they would look if they weren't broken into pieces. Because that will just help with us getting the feel down. Okay, good. Very nice. Good, good. Alright, let's do that. Check this. Okay. Fill all of that in. And then from here, just go like this. Bam, bam. Alright, so that is like the base machine. No thoughts, head empty. Also, I gotta get my again. Alright. Now, this is all well and good, except for the fact that Don has to have completely slammed into it. And we're not sure how we're gonna do that, if I'm entirely honest. Also, one thing I want to do before, like, things crash and whatever, let us make sure that the background is completely fine. So there we go. Because I just noticed what the issue there could have been. If, like, if this thing crashed and only saved a flat layer of it, if anything at all, we would have had to painstakingly go through every single little detail that image had. So we're fine now. Now, what can we do from here? First, we can go ahead and start sketching out how large is Dot in relation to this machine. I'm thinking this machine would have been at Dot's standing height. If, as like, you know, if it was allowed to, well, stand. And what that would have looked like would have been as follows, once I actually get the capture right. And we want to make sure we're making this a separate layer in addition. Because, like, this thing's going to be removed eventually. But at standing height, we have something like this. Which definitely, due to the angle, is a little off, so it would be closer to, say, this. Like, even then. And then that doesn't actually solve the issue. It's that the legs themselves would be a lot taller. So, we're trying to really bring that across in the image. Which is gonna be a bit of a struggle. I think, like, realistically, it would have been even something like this. Which might be a little too much, but I think that's fine. But, like, this gets the actual legs of the machine on the ground in a way that I'm like, yeah, that seems about right. So if Don is at, like, standing height to play the machine and they have to lift their arms up a little, like, this makes sense in my mind. So now what we have to figure out is, like, from a general scale, if I'm, like, standing over at the machine, or looking down at the machine looking sad, like, how is that gonna, like, affect things? Because we can, once again, just kind of, like, copy the little pose we did just now, just to get a good feeling about how this is going to actually end up being. So, we're gonna go ahead, copy that, paste this in, and bring ourselves up a good amount. Alright. Because this feels about right. Just make sure I'm copying that and putting this on a different layer. Good. Darn. It's like messing with me. Crying, sobbing. Oh no, I've copied the thing over. Darn. Okay, we gotta go back into musical chairs with this. Copy. Paste. Like that. Okay. It is okay for Don to be standing over this as long as the sadness is evident. We're trying to, like, sketch out what we actually need. Can that Don PNG be a body pillow? What, me looking sad? Why? Why is me looking sad, that type of material? Aww. Yeah, what we're gonna do now is... I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wanna just trace over myself. Which, like, I think that's fair. I'll hug them to make them feel better. Aw, that's cute. But yeah, hello, Katsudon, or Costco Hot Dog. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I'm imagining, like, if Don was, like, actually standing like this, like, you know, we're gonna just draw their legs a little separate. And I think that's fine. I think that's reasonable given the circumstances they find themselves in. Good. And like, you know, we are just going to full-on kind of like copy this leg. Don, what is your audience? I don't know. I don't know at this point. I'm just kind of chilling. But yeah. Like, I think I want to say, like, it's a 40% kind of see me as a lost puppy. And they're just like, don't worry, Don, it's all going to be so cool. And, like, that's sick, you know? I'm chill with that. And then the other percent of it, see me in more ways. And, you know, I can make this work. I guess. I can get strong. I can get swole. I can get swole. Swole. Alright. So, like, let's just see how that looks from this angle. Those are disgusting legs. Nah. Nah, see, this is actually a really good argument for why tracing never works. Because those legs, way too detailed. And they didn't look right. So, what we're instead gonna do is we're just gonna take the general shapes and we're gonna do them our way. Alright? Kind of like the hit song My Way. So, let's go for this. Let's go for this. Let's go for this. I actually can't see what we're doing with the other leg right now. Okay, let's go for this. Very nice. And then, you know, we bring things down together. And the legs, for the most part, we're still kind of going through, like, the full shuffle with, but it's a lot safer when you have backup plans. As a result, you can do something like this. Just like that. A little bit more. Just like that. Nice. And now if we look at that leg, that is significantly better. We still lose a little bit of depth here, but whatever. That's not a big deal. But now we go for the other leg. And we're gonna actually try for a unique kind of pose. Something that deviates quite significantly here. Where we're like standing pretty clearly on angle, on record. But it is significantly further apart. And rather than the leg facing forward, it's actually going to face down a little. So, kind of want to do something like this. And then as we add in the details again, that should like get the digitigrade kind of stuff down. So we do big leg. Like this big leg. Very good. Very nice. Alright, let's see how that looks when we fix up a few details and go back through. Because now we have a uniquely different pose, where it's like kind of me, like, you know, still amped up a little from the kick. You can see the other leg still kind of prepped to the side. And they will be very disappointed. So will my cat, who wants to leave, but I know what she's going to do, so I'm not letting her leave. Is she will just walk around for 2 minutes, and then clamor to come back in. She has made her bed. She will now lie in my bed. Because I know what she's going to do. And I'm saying no. She gets to lie in my bed with the comfy blankets and pillows and eep. It is all she may do. I cannot trust her to make good decisions from here on. So, as a result, we do this instead. We're gonna also, like, just kind of make sure that we have the arms going down a fair bit. And this arm is going to have, like, a crazy deviation. Because I'm imagining, like, you know, we're kind of, like, pulling it back to our side a little. It's kind of like this, and just... We're basically in a what have I done kind of stasis. Emotionally. With this arm. So we want to make sure we're hitting that, like, very well. Good. Alright. So let's see how that looks from here. That's pretty good. Honestly, I think I'm going to extend the sweater down a little bit more, though. Not that it's going to, like, change too much, but otherwise it just feels a little too imbalanced. We want to make sure that we are very careful with our balancing of things. So, there we go. And also, like, erase all of these lines as well. Keep in mind, we did this all on one layer, which is usually not a good idea. But, that is fine. We have the arcade cabinet basically right here. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go ahead and fill in the legs. Just straight up. With this in mind. How does that look when we zoom in? It looks completely fine. That's really good. The only thing from here that I would like to do is try to mimic as well as I can the actual spots themselves. So, we're gonna basically take, like, a memory scan there, and we're gonna try and perfectly emulate that. Keep in mind, we can't actually see it, so it could be, like, super off-model. We will only know after the fact. I'm gonna do everything I can to make sure it's clean-cut and precise, and that I am precision itself. They call me Dot and Precision Gecko. I'm not sure why they call me that, but they do. Alright. Let's go for a, here-ish. That should be like a big spot connecting straight to the calf. Actually, no, it doesn't connect fully. It gets really close, though. Alright, circle that all in. Lovely. Alright. Nice. Okay, good. And then bop, bop. And then bop. Into bop. Very nice. We're basically going for some big beans when it comes to these spots. We believe in the beans. And the beans will give us, strength. Or something. I don't know. I forget what the bean manual said. There's a manual for bean spots. Somewhere. I'm sure. Okay. A little bit more height here. Very nice. Circle. Into a big circle. Very well. We will see where we go from here. Blep blop. Fill in, blep blop. Fill in. Very good. Nice. I could just use the fill tool. What am I doing? Alright. Let's try that. Bam, 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 bam. Alright, nice. And now, we're gonna be a little bit smarter when it comes to doing the pedals. Because here's the thing, we've always done pedals pretty alright, but we could do pedals perfectly. You know? We could do them, like, just straight up perfectly right now. What's going to stop us from just, you know, fully indulging a little bit in our pedals? Because these are my pedals. I made them myself. So why can't I remake them myself, using myself as a basis? That seems pretty reasonable. Alright. There we go. We're gonna go ahead, just paint in all the petals normally. A little bit more. Perfect. So now, with the actual line itself for the embroidering, we can, like, kind of, like, take it in a few succinct locations. Good. Nice. Alright. Okay. Pretty alright. Strength, I thought beans give you farts. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm personally of the belief that, like, you know, lima beans are pretty cool. Baked beans, I'm not a big fan of. So, like, I know. Maybe baked beans do something. But lima beans? Shoutouts to lima beans. Why is your audience freaky? Hi, True Shot. How are you doing? Alright. Let's see. I've been here? I know you've been here. I know you've been here by referring... I know you've been here. I am responding with this as a means to state I see that emote choice without directly calling you out. You know? This is my attempt to, like, not be calling out the emote in particular. Is it wrong? Alright, so with this sweater that we're drawing right now, it's actually going pretty well. The only thing I feel like we really need to do with it... the only thing I feel like we really need to do with it is, I mean, one, fill it in and all that, and two, perhaps more pressingly, figure out what to do with my stubby little grubby hands. My stubby grubbies. I feel like we have a pretty good idea. Mostly because we can see the exact idea we want to do. So, like, you know, that helps a lot. Could end up getting away with that into here. And, like, we just fill that in, and that's pretty much all we need there. We could, like, do a little bit of, like, what is it, the fingers? Just like that. But it's, like, not necessary. We're doing it for our own sake. And now this hand is completely unique. We cannot follow any molds that have been made. Which is fine, because we can make some really pretty hands even still. Okay, very good. Just like that. That seems nice. Good. Very nice. Okay, let's see how that goes. I did not fill in the hand. No. Wait, what's wrong? Why is that not working? Oh my goodness, it's because of the slider. I see. Because I'm imagining that I'm, like, filling this in on a new layer that's connected. It's because there's a lot of other stuff. There we go. So we have our unique hand. And we have us standing right here, realizing I was just like me, trying to write history. I still don't have a head though. Should get that. I should obtain skull. Okay. I had to do a big stretch there. So with that in mind, The only big thing left to do is one, like, you know, how this, like, kind of tucks out from underneath the sweater. Alright. Very nice. That's a little too much. It's a little too wide, unfortunately. So, go ahead and cut that down a fair bit. Start here. Very nice. Yay! Alright. Let's look at that. You've heard of the Headless Horseman? Now get ready for the Headless Dah. That's alright. More important than having a head and functioning skull and organs, if I have organs, I haven't figured that one out yet, honestly, is having a tail. And this tail we're gonna make sure is like a back layer, just so it doesn't mess with anything. But I want this to be a lot more, like, blomped out in the drawing than it is on the model. So we're gonna, like, you know, take it very slow. My cat has begun chirping in the background again. You might be able to hear her, because she is very loud. You know, for a very long time, my cat was, like, doing a little bit of a kind of noise, and I couldn't figure out why. And it sounded like a smoke alarm of sorts, you know, just my cat mimicking one. So I ended up asking my family, like, what, 4 weeks ago, whether or not, like, there was any sort of smoke alarm that went off in the house. And I found out that while I was at uni, in my final year, for, like, roughly 5 days, a smoke alarm was going off in my room. Just because, like, you know, a dead battery thing, but if you replace the battery, it wouldn't fix it. So they had to, like, you know, call out someone to, like, fix that smoke alarm. I was like, why did you never tell me? And they were like, well, you wouldn't have known. And that was fair. But I do genuinely wonder whether or not my cat has picked up her little specifically from, like, you know, her trying to lie down in my bed while I'm, like, just not at the house. And she listened to this smoke alarm to go to sleep. I wonder if that's genuinely where she got it from. It might be. Did it double you? The only issue with this tail and how we have it set up right now is the fact that it's not close enough to the ground. Like they double you. We can condense it further like this. That's pretty alright. Alright, yay! Let's see. Let's see how that connects. Should be pretty good, though, by comparison. Good. Alright. Nice. Meow, 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 meow. Alright. We got it. We're locked in. The tail's a little scuffed, though. But I know why it is, and we can fix it. That is the important thing, is because of this ridge right here. This ridge does not blend in naturally with the next one. We need a natural ridges. And natural ridges are very easy to come by, because we can just do something like this instead. And it just happens to tie in. That should be pretty nice. That's very circular. You know, it gets the feel across. And then we just gotta fix this one. And like, this one we should be able to tie in exactly where it ends. So it's not going to be like, oh, we fixed this one, and then we fixed this one, and then we fixed this one. It should be like, pretty clear cut, I'm thinking. Yeah, there we go. That's really nice. That's really good. Alright. Only thing I want to do first is bring this all the way in, down this way, tie it like that. That should cover everything. with that tail. Oh, it doesn't. No. Why? Oh, wow, I forgot an entire gap there. That's a little embarrassing. Oh, no. Alright. Well, let's just tie it like this. Easy enough. Easy enough to do it that way. Alright. Let's reveal the whole thing. And it looks like there's scuff marks on the tail, which isn't the best, but it's workable. We're actually going to duplicate this as a result. And we're going to just try and fill in this layer depending on how the other layers should be flowing. And the good news is, it should be pretty easy, honestly. Like, because this increasingly takes a side angle from here on to the point that it becomes, like, nearly unnotable from, like, starting here. Like, right there. There we go. That's pretty good. We can just fill in all of that. No issue whatsoever. The big thing is, you're gonna see the circles a lot. Like, it's fine to see the circles. That's what tails are for. So you can see them. And for balance. It's like, you know, a two-pronged situation there. But we do want to make sure that with this, we have a lot of dynamics at play. Good. Very nice. Alright. Alright. Good. And then... yeah, you would definitely be able to see that right here. So, there we go! And now the big thing, the big important part, is that, like, for the most part, the underside of this tail is beckoning up at all times. We'll see it. The stupid Twitch issue is so annoying. I mean, what issue would that be? That's very non-descriptive. What specific issue in particular? If I may be so bold as to ask. Okay. Good. The Twitch issue is about, like, ads or something. I unfortunately cannot change that. But if it's about other issues, there's a small chance I can help. And you know what? I like taking my small chances. Alright, let's see. Say a few times now, I can only post one Twitch emote before it doesn't register the other ones. Have you tried updating the app? I know that was an issue with the second most recent app thing. Because Twitch is very good at making functional app programs. They have always made fantastic applications, and not once has an app ever not worked for Twitch.television. But nah. Okay, look. I'm obviously, like, really against Gen AI, right? But, like, sometimes with Twitch's, like, app-making decisions, I do genuinely wonder if it would do better. I do genuinely wonder that sometimes. I'm not advocating for it, and I really don't want Twitch to do it. I really don't, to be clear. But, like, you know, sometimes I gotta wonder. Doesn't say there's another one? Aw, darn. Unforge. Sorry to hear that. Let's see. Let's go ahead and merge this all down. So the tail is saved. Can't even dot and heckle you because of this stupid thing? Darn. Don't say... I do not say that. Holy moly, do not say that. Actually, do not say that. I am not saying that. Not saying that. That is like actually lying. That is lying. I'll have you know, this single programmer that Twitch has on the app probably isn't the issue, more likely than not. According to you, I only lie. God. Let me see. Okay, like, actually getting the, like, frown down is going to be the hardest part here. So what we might do just before that is we just make sure that we know where the lips are. Just to get the real big sad. There we go. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good right there. Be like me and stay behind on a version from probably more than half a year ago, because if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's very reasonable as long as your phone doesn't auto-update. But if it does, you know, might not be the best solution. Might not be a feasible solution, I mean to say. Probably is still the best solution, but... Nah, trust me, I am well aware of the app struggles. I mostly watch Twitch on app, even nowadays. Like, should I? No. Do I know all of the struggles the app has? Yeah. Do I, like, really know them? Yeah. Do I do it anyways, for some reason? So, like, we have the body here. It's just because it's not, like, technically connecting. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. Easy fix. Easy fix. Fix done. Wahoo. Alright. Very good. I think, honestly, we just, like, keep it like that. I think that's accurate. I think that is pretty much exactly what we need to do right there. There we go. It's because it's not connecting all the way down on the list. There we go. And now that we have that in full connection, it should be fine. The cat has, like, begun non-stop chirping at me. Help. Help me. Help. Why is it still doing this? Where could it possibly be breaking through? I genuinely do not... Oh, I put the mouth on a different layer. That was very smart of you, Don. You just kind of forgot. But, like... Hey, look at that. You can fill in more. Perfect. Okay. Love to see it. Bam, bam. I could draw the, underside of the hat. It's just going to be, like, a single beam up. On one side. That's really easy to do. Yay! Bam, bam. And with that, we have basically done what we want to do here. Basically. We still have one final section, and that's just because I forgot to fill something in earlier. No! Stop! My cat is aggressively chirping. And, like, I know what she's gonna do. She's gonna walk around for, like, a few minutes outside of my door. She's gonna lie down in front of my door. And then, she's going to stand up and start slapping the door handle to come back in. She's already done this 4 times today. So I have very little reason to trust her in not doing it again. My Twitch apps version is actually a year and 9 months old. Oh, that's good. And it sounds like I have no reason to update based on Epsi's experiences. That's fair. Alright. And with that, we have our pinball machine. Dutton hip checks a pinball machine and breaks it. Alright. There we go. I think this was another hour, request we did. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. But, there we go. Gonna go ahead, just save that down as pinball machine. Actually, let's call it pinball breakage. Very nice. Save as a flattened image. Yay! Wahoo! Very nice. I'm gonna go ahead and get my cat, and then we keep on going. So give me like 10 seconds. I'm here. Where is a cat? Where is it? Way that she will stare at me and blankly scream the moment I get close. Let's see. Just like putting on socks right now. I know. I'm getting like cold, but not cold enough to change the thermostat. So I'm just like putting on socks. I'm so full of socks in terms of wearing. All right. So there goes that one. Next up is... Ooh, hold on. This is gonna be hard. You know what? I'm gonna actually skip ahead a lot for just a moment, because I think the next one we do is going to be really quick. So, I have an idea, alright? Just stick with me. Just stick with me on this. Because we have pinball breakage. We're gonna go ahead and open our temporary file, which happens to be this. Oh, we are skipping to, where is it? Where is it? You'll probably guess it based on like the color I'm using for the background. But I am skipping to actually the very last thing in the list, because I want to do Datsune Miku. I usually do not skip this far, because this is like above like 5 things, but I'm like, we're gonna have to do this next week anyways too, so like, we might as well. Yes. So, the important thing for Datsune Miku is, we want it to be like kind of a side piece where I'm looking up and smiling. So let's get that big smile energy down, and I'm gonna go, look up. Actually, hold on, before we do that, I need to do something, like, super quick, alright? And I can't believe I'm doing this of my own volition. I really can't. But, we need the angle. We need the angle. I know the pose I want to do. My cat is back within 2 minutes, hold on. Okay. There we go. Oh my goodness, I actually hit it. I hit it perfect. Let's go. I hit it genuinely perfectly. What I want to do here. So basically what we're going to do is, it's going to be a body piece like this. Where we're just kind of looking like that. Oh, you can't even see it. There we go. But first I gotta get my cat. Alright, and from there, we can begin drawing the start of this. Because keep in mind, a lot of this is going to be the fact that we have to do a unique outfit, we have to do a unique hat, which, like, the hat is basically hair. So there is a lot that's going to go into this one. And that is fine. That is why we are going like this. Can you not make a new image with a set resolution instead of opening an image with the desired resolution? MSPaint is weird. That's the best way I can put it. I do not know what MSPaint tries. Stop! The cat's going crazy. Did you do clip of the month? I think one day I'll do clip of the month. One day, maybe. But, I don't know. I gotta, like, find a way to, like, reward people for clipping. But we'll see. I mean, honestly, I don't... At this point, give it up. I don't want to give it up. It's just, like, there's not many clips. Need to find a way to incentivize people to clip first before I do clip of the month. I mean, here's the thing. You know what I can do right now? I can go ahead and check all of the clips from last month and just watch them live on stream. Be clippy. Be clippable. I think I am. DahDoodles for clip of the month. Honestly, not even a bad suggestion. Not even a bad suggestion. I will have to consider it. Most certainly. Alright. Now the thing is, I am just going all in on the head shape right now. Because it's just really important that we know exactly what looks like what. Okay. It's just really hard to get this down. There we go. Nice. Very good. Alright, yay! Good. Another thing we can do... Oh, you know what? Hold on. So, like, you know how I always do the line here? What if I do the exact same thing, except it's actually a lighter opacity? Because I'm looking at the shadowing right now, and, like, the shadowing's really nice. So what if I, like, bake that in, effectively? Like, we want to go ahead, do this, and then back through here, and then back through here. Like, that could be really nice. I do not know whether or not any of this will be seen during Datsune Miku. Like, when it's all done. I'm not sure why I said it like it was an event. But, that's fine. But, what we can do is get the eyes across, alright? Eyes are important. So we want to make sure that we're not doing anything that's going to destroy the eyes. Alright, from here now, we will fill in the eye, because we kind of remember the general angle it's all at. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Needs to be heavier, Phil. Perfect. And now we know that the eye itself is at an angle. So, I'm gonna make sure that we are very aware and encompassing that, because the entire face is at an angle. So something like that is very nice. In fact, it could probably be a little bit higher, like that. Let's fill it in. It's a little too much of an angle for the left side, but the right side is really good. How do we go about fixing that? I actually have no idea. That's something. Actually, you know what? Hold on. What if the eye is curved in more here? Is that gonna fix it? No. It's possible that it's not the bottom, but it's the top piece that's the issue? Maybe. Okay, how about that? That's better. That is better. Alright, love that. Now we're gonna go ahead and add a soft circle around. Good. We could do the top piece as well. We might need to. Hi, cutie. Hello, Gary. Welcome on in. hope you're doing well. The only thing I can think about is spending money you don't have. Yeah, darn. Unfortunate. That said, we do have the first eye done. It's a little scuffed, but you know what? It's got character. That's the important part. And now, we can fill in this. Might need to fill in heavier. Might need to fill in even heavier. That's pretty good. That's pretty heavy. That's pretty heavy fill. Alright. From here now, we can go for this, to this, into this. And now, the big difficulty here is going to be this eye. Is it because it's desaturated? Is that the issue? In my old Whoa! I'm immense! Hi! Hello! How are you doing? I'm immense. It's pretty cool. That's basically a personality trait at this point. But yeah. Get strong. I actually have to deal with my cat. I'm so sorry. Just going to hold the cat right now. Stop it. Alright, so let's see. We have what we need here. What we can do is just a little bit of a pizzazz there. And then... Whoa! I'm evil dying! That means I have to say... Oh. Oh my goodness, I forgot. I have like the echo on this because... Oh, that means I'm gonna have the echo forever. Uh-oh. But, yeah, hi, I'm evil dying. Dying is, very good at setting up, their programs. But how are you doing? I am doing terribly. Because I'm evil dying. Not supposed to be large. It's supposed to be small. You know? As an evil dying would say. And, yeah. I hope your day is going as adequate as possible. Not good, not bad, adequate. Only adequate. It will only be adequate. Oh. Yay, I hope your day's going well. I'm back to our regular guy. And a big gecko. Yay. I think what I might do with evil dying and stuff is I might have it so the camera kind of moves to the right a little. Just during this, if at all possible, so you can like see everything. But yeah, you guys ever noticed Dawn and Evil Dawn are never together in the same room? That's true. I wonder why. Alright. I can see that my cat is like going to like take the moment I let up and scratch me really bad. I can see it in her mannerisms. How she stared at me just now. I just have to be ready for it. I have to be ready for it when she decides to strike. But she's going to. Lift my hand up. I do this. I put my head back. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. So yeah, the eyes are a little scuffed, but I think it's mostly because we just desaturated them too much. I think if we bring them up more, they're actually going to be completely fine. Issue is we can't like bring them up too much, otherwise we're gonna lose what makes those eyes eyes. Like, you know, their seeing capacity. Okay, good. Bam. It's a bam. See, that's already just like a little too much. Like, actually striking the balance here is going to be really hard. Okay, good. How about now? Up. Up. That might be a little better. A little. It's a little. This is a struggle, though. Like, just this pose. Keep in mind, we're drawing Datsune Miku. I haven't even gone to the hair yet. The hair is gonna be really scary. Okay. You need the specks of white for reflectiveness and the shadow for the upper half of the eyes. True. True, actually. So I'm gonna just kind of, like, draw this piece right here. Just because I think it's going to be important for laser. Okay. And you know what? Let me just do this. Similar thing. Just important for laser. And then... Need is a strong word. I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable, given the circumstances. I think it would heavily benefit, yeah, if we do, like, little sparkles like this. Like, big heckin' sparkles. Whoop. And then the other one's going to have to be significantly less. But still in the general area, like, whoop. Alright, nice! Now, with this... let's go with working on that desaturated color palette that we usually do, rather than trying to create something completely new. So, we're gonna actually desaturate this? I don't know. Just because we do want this color. And that is going to cover the mouth. That is going to cover the entire mouth region. Very good. But, like, I am completely fine with tracing over my model, just to make sure things look good. I think that is always very reasonable. Okay, and then from here, I'm gonna do, like, kind of tongue. I was thinking maybe the tongue sticking out in addition, but I think this is fair in of itself, because I'm gonna go ahead and go for a little bit of, like, an accent spot here. Just so, like, there is a little bit of shadowing being done. I think that's pretty reasonable. Right down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then from here, we can test one of the deeper palettes and just see if that works for covering the whole mouth. That's pretty good. That is pretty good, honestly. Only thing I guess I could do is, like, just test that. Or maybe we test shadowless. No, definitely not shadowless. What if we do, like... I know, I don't want to do anything detailed, but, like, you know, just want to add, like, a little bit of shadow here. How is that gonna look? Is that gonna look alright? Is that gonna look weird? I do not know. The entire mouth is on this layer, so we gotta do this layer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that means I did the... No! Oh wait, no, never mind, never mind. I panicked thinking I really messed up. But I did not really mess up, we're chilling. Yay! Did panic quite heavily though. Will not lie. It was a good solid panic moment. Because I thought I drew this entire piece on the same layer. Which would have been genuinely disastrous. Okay. Why is that just going through everything? If I, like, look at it this way, will I be able to see maybe a breakage point easier? Not really. But I do see a problem I did. Can't figure out what layer is what right now. Merge that down. That simplifies that. There we are. This is the right layer. The reason things weren't blending is probably just because it was the wrong layer. Nope. Not quite. Okay, so we go back to flashbang mode. And we painstakingly paint it like this in its entirety. Okay. Test that now. Yes! Okay. Good. Bam, bam. That gets, like, the main crux of detail out of the way. And then this is also going to be simple. My cat's once again chirping, so I'm going to go ahead and catch her. It's alright. Just stay here. With me. This is easier for both of us. Sometimes my cat will run if she knows I'm going to pick her up, because she does not like being picked up like this. But she also does like lying down and resting on my lap as I'm at my PC. So I'm kind of hoping that the desire of like resting on me is going to outweigh the displeasure of having been picked up for the purpose of this. And I do not know whether or not I am winning this fight right now. She is scuffling about a lot, but I'm not like holding her back. She can leave. Like, I am very confused, and I think she is also confused. She is conflicted. No grab, only hugs. It's true. She has not yet figured out that hugs equal, by necessity, grab. Okay. Let's see. I mean, you know what? I might as well do these other spots while I'm here, too. It's really easy. Hi, baby. Yeah, I'm, like, doing this entire drawing. I'm not even using my pen right now. I am just using my mouse, because it is the only way I can pat my cat and make progress here right now. So I'm kind of, like, going all in on the true MSPaint lifestyle. But keep in mind, like, we don't even know what spots will be visible, how they will be, stuff like that. It's like a pure guess. Very nice. Very good. Alright. Let's see. We have a lot here. We just want to check this. We might go in and out of flashbang mode a few times, I'm not gonna lie, so fair warning ahead of time. But, yeah. I'm gonna try not to do it rapidly for obvious reasons. Right, very good, very nice. We're just gonna go ahead and get this generally. My cat has left me. It is fine. And now... I did that all on the... Blah, blah, blah. We're fine. We're okay. That's alright. I'm just going blah 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 blue. Blah 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 blue. Bow bow. Blah 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 blue. Bow bow. Lol. E. Alright. Perfect. Very nice. Now we're gonna go ahead, erase all this. Go a little bit further. Bam, bam. Then... Bam, bam. Yay! So with that, that means I have heads. I have, once again, achieved my skull. Which is very good. Also, holy moly, that's a really good emote right there. Like, you know I'm being serious because I didn't even go like, hole mole. Like, that is a really pretty emote. I may or may not be writing down the emotes artist for that. I might need to consider that. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Might need to look into that later. But I don't know. Alright, let's see. I mean, it wouldn't be for the most recent batch of emotes, it would be for, like, the next batch, but... Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we basically have our sketch down of, like, the main initial part, but the issue is the Hatsune Miku part. Wait, oh my gosh, I almost forgot to do something. I almost saved over pinball breakage. So I'm gonna fix that right now. I saw that in the top left. Very glad that I caught that though. That would have been actually tragic. Oh, it made me really upsetty spaghetti. Upsetty spaghetti indeed. Which, by the way, let me make sure I'm uploading pinball breakage. Because now I got scared. There we go. Yay! Alright. But now I need to go ahead and check Hatsune Miku's outfit. Which this shouldn't be too difficult to do, realistically. Because I kind of remember it. Okay. Here's where things are going to get difficult. First, we have, like, these little square pieces for, like, where the pigtails are going to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out by sketching out, like, here to here. We're going to make, like, basically little rectangles all the way around. Just like this. They're gonna have to wrap around all the way through here. Very good. Very nice. Okay. So that kind of actually gets across most of the difficulty that would be beginning here. Because we now have a general angle in which we can follow for dimensionality. We're gonna also copy and paste this on the other side because I think that's completely fine to do in these circumstances. So, we have that down. We can probably fill all of that in if we so wish. And then, like, if we really want to go across, like, the areas that things really connect cleanly, that works too. Like, we don't have to box ourselves in, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So, we're gonna go ahead and do that. And yeah, just right like that. Get all of those angles down. It's pretty good. That is pretty good, if I do say so myself, which I do. So, I'm gonna go ahead and bring that now to the other side of the head. But you're gonna notice, still have the layers this way. That is for a reason. And that reason is simply because we do not know how this pigtail is going to mesh with the head. Yep, we did miss a few spots around here. That's not a big deal. We just paint over them now, basically. That's the best we can do. We can even paint over them with the pigtail layer, and that's fine. But keep in mind that Hatsune Miku's luscious locks are going to be entirely reliant on us doing this. Now, what we are going to do is, because it is Miku, we're going to change the color ever so slightly of these extension pieces. Because these are extension pieces that we are making right here. Also, my hat's back! Yay! Hello, Echo! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Alright, so there is the first big piece done. Like, we just need to make sure that it's going to fit very cleanly through this sector, if you will. And now, this sector is mine. Which is perfect. Alright. So there is the first part of Hatsune Miku figured out. Oh, and thank you for the hearts, wow! I hope you're doing well today. Okay, next up... Trying to think about, like, how this hair is generally going to fold about. Pretty sure it would be like... You then see the connectors begin, like, through here. And, like, the shape presumably only gets wider the further it goes down. Right? Like, that just kind of feels right. It doesn't need to go, like, too crazy. But, you know, we do want it to feel like there is some sort of gravity in this total piece. 7! Yay! But yeah, like, it's going down. It's going down far. Because Miku's hair goes a considerable ways away. In fact, hold on. You can, like, actually bring it out further. And, like, that would still be accurate. I'm pretty sure my cat's chirp was caught in full by the mic just now. Please let me know if that was the case. You can now see what I've been dealing with. Alright. We'll, like, extend it all the way like that. I don't know how successful that's going to be, but hopefully it gets the vibe down. 1, 2, 3, Miku. Perfect. Alright, love that. Big fan. Now, the big thing is, we need to add, like, a lot of, like, shadowing and stuff to this, though. Because otherwise, it's just, like, laser beams. Which is a little scary, you know? It's a little dangerous. So, what we can do, try and add some shadowing, is we'll just, like, throw down a few lines to begin. These lines don't really need to be anything. So, we're fine with that. And now, more importantly, we're gonna bring this down just a little bit more. And this will be where we actually add the shadowed braids. Where, make sure it's like kind of a big wraparound kind of piece that we're going for. So like that works really well. Very nice. What else could we do from there? Probably like bring this down into a piece. Yeah, I like that. Keep in mind, we're gonna have like a lot of additional kind of flowy bits and stuff on this. This is just our initial hairpiece. That we really want covered down. Nice. Now, we can go for like a little bit of a side-swept kind of feel here. Is we have like just a little bit of dimensionality all across this, which is very nice. This is a very clear kind of breakpoint right here, but if we tie it as like its own lock, like that, it can end up working out quite nice. Very good. Nice. And we're gonna actually like do this lock like this. I'm not sure whether or not we need to add more to that, but we can, but just making sure that dimensionality is like this. Nice, nice. Okay. Bam, bam. Alright, let's just see how that looks from a distance away. It's very messy, but at the same time, it does scream Datsune Miku, so it works out, I'd say. Now, our second piece is what I would consider the more dangerous one. Wait, hold on. If that's the first lock, doesn't that... Well, no, both of them are like ahead of the arms, so I don't think that actually changes much. You know what, let's see. No idea what's even on this layer, I'm gonna be so real. Oh, it's the shadowing for the head. I want to condense that down. Bam bam. And you know what, I'm also going to condense down the actual shadow bit itself, and also the eyes. I think that's very reasonable at this point. so we can reduce our layers overall. I'm gonna save, I'm gonna get rid of this cat. Okay. So from here, what can we do? What can we do? We could probably go ahead and just kind of like sketch out the initial block here, because like, thing is, we actually have to show how this branches through. So I think something like that would be pretty reasonable as a starting point. And then, rather than just have it kind of exist in its own plane, also I want to make sure, are these one-to-one? They are one-to-one, that's very good. Rather than just kind of have the hair exist in its own plane, we're gonna try and like shape it ourselves, rather than just trusting it to fold out on its own. Not that the last one is bad shape-wise, it's just we have no idea how to style it. But we can tie this in just a little bit more. Like, we have the means to basically control how this is going to look, where this is going to flow. And I think that's very good. Alright. Let's try this! Yay! Alright, just go for the base color. 1, 2, 3, bam! Bam, bam! Bam, bam, bam! Don has a cute voice I always love listening to. Aw, thank you! Thank you, Cuts Don, I appreciate it. Wow! Alright. So with that, you can see that there is like a difference between, you know, my scales and the Hatsune Miku hair, which is good. That's very good. Hi. I like the idea of like, I accidentally drew this band, like right here, but I feel like we should lean all in on it. Also, I'm noticing this is definitely not the same color that some things on the Miku hair are. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix that, because I think it's very important that we have like this consistency in this piece. So we're gonna go for that. I do think the random lines aren't like distractingly bad. I think they could have been handled better, but this is reasonable. Alright, and now Don got that Lapras mouth. I'm glad to hear it. I like Lapras. This makes me smile. Alright. Good, good. You can see that we're gonna try and, like, tie it in a little bit more naturally. All of the locks and stuff with this. And I'm not sure how well this is going to go, but I'm hoping it goes well. We can do this, and I'm wondering whether I could get away with, like, a little bit of shadowing here, right? Because I'm looking at a, Miku image, and, like, this Miku image has a ton of shadowing for the hair. The issue is, I'm scared of shadowing the hair. But that's also kind of why I want to ball with this. Because, what if it goes really well? What if it goes really well? And that would require this hair section to be even darker. Like that. And I think that goes well enough where we can, like, adapt that to the other side very reasonably. So I like that. Let's see. You know what? Let's go ahead and just, like, tie it, like, this way. So, like, there's just going to be a little bit of an extra frill on this side. Like, that's gonna tie in just fine in total. Because There's already a lot of hair. What's a little bit more? And also, we're, like, mixing up the silhouette just a little. So, there's more to look at. And I think that's very reasonable. Where, like, the beginning of it is very simple. When you get further and further down, the silhouette can be played with a lot more. Like, we're gonna actually kind of take that lesson to heart by kind of doing something more like this. That's a compliment for Don? Yeah. Lapras are cool. I don't know how it could not be a compliment. I like the simple design of Lapras. Makes me smile. So you can see that there's a lot of tiny bits of dimension around in here. Don wants the giant Lapras inflatable? Not really. Where would I put it? Where would I put it? What would I do with it? Like, don't get me wrong, it would be sick to have on your roof. Just imagining, like, lightning striking, like, the Lapras plush instead of the, lightning rod, and now my house is on fire. That doesn't sound good. I don't want my house to be on fire. I don't think anyone wants their house to be on fire. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and see how this looks. Rather than doing a ton of, like, lines, like, no apparent reason on them, I'm just gonna add, like, a few. Just here and there. And, like, the further down it gets, the more frayed the style can be. Nice. Alright. So there is the first part of Datsune Miku. The first part? Yeah, the first part. Because we have something else to draw in addition. Something else very important. You might see where my sweater is. If I told you that Datsune Miku, it's the whole shebang. We're gonna have, like, the whole, like, necktie thing and everything. I actually don't know how to, like, draw the little, what is it, sailor uniform bit. Just gonna go for my best. So we're gonna do something like this. Very nice. Now the thing is, this is a sleeveless outfit. So, and luckily, draw the sleeves like this. It is actually a genuinely perfect scene. Okay, very nice. Alright. Actually, yeah, let's just tie that in. Just as is. Not a big deal. We're doing well. We're doing cool. Alright, very good. And I think we have to do, like, something akin to, like, this, maybe? Or, like, kind of, like, curves in a little bit more. There we go! Alright. Let's go and fill this in with, like, the gray that's already on that. Just in full. Bam, bam, bam. That is pretty much the full piece there. But now, part of it is going to have to be more gray than other parts of it. Namely, when it comes to... Oh wait, actually no, it's not a gray thing. It's that the end piece of this becomes a little bit more black. That's where things change. So... I'm gonna have to do something like this. Then something more like this. Okay. Bam bam. And it kind of like keeps on going up here. Because this is just the beginning section of that. Or like, it's a lot more like that. I mean, we could probably get away with just doing this. But because the detail is very embroidered and stuff, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to fully sell it. Let's see. I think if we also add like a tiny bit of just basic blue to the overall palette, it'll help a lot. Like an ice blue. There we go. Yeah, nice. That's pretty much what Miku has. And now the big piece that we have here is basically what if we take ice blue all the way and just make it a little bit more of a kind of tie-like feature. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. That's why we kind of did the initial triangle up here. And that tie will be able to connect all the way down here. Very good. Very good. Yay! Alright. Bring up the color just a little bit more. Fill in, fill in. Now let's just do the little black strings that Miku has. Alright. Yay! Nice. Bam bam. Now, the big thing is I still have to do my arms. I still have to do an additional piece of this color on the bottom side. So let's go ahead and get that. It's like kind of more of a square embroidering though. So we can kind of like just do this. And that'll mostly cover it. Or mostly cover us with it, I mean to say. Nice. Good. Perfect. Alright, let's go ahead, fill all of that in. Cool, cool. Now the difficult part is technically Nan's arms are visible again at some point. Actually visible really early on with this outfit. So let's go ahead and make sure that we are drawing their arms, which would be a little bit more like this, given the circumstances. And then I think it like immediately cuts off when we get around here. Don't do the cutoff with the arms though. Cutoff with the arms is gonna look weird. What we can instead do is draw the other arm. Also a little bit more further down. And then... Perfect. Alright. We see where the cutoff is there. And then it becomes a lot more of this gray. This gray-black material again. That covers right over. And then goes all the way down. Just from there. Like, one thing I could even do is we purposefully embellish it like a crazy amount, because it does get purposefully embellished in Miku's actual outfit. So, it seems reasonable to go for. Alright, very nice. We're gonna go for the black here. Nice. Bam, bam. So there's our first piece. Now our second piece is going to be this way. Alright. We do this. We full swoop. Full swoop. Full swoop. For the swooper. And paint that like that as well. We can also go back for the arm and just like do it like that. There should be no spots on this side, so not too worried about anything that might affect. Just tries to make sure we are connecting it with the black piece at the bottom, so it doesn't like explode when we fill this in. Good. Good. Very nice. Alright. And then from there, we could like do a little bit of the details, but the details don't really matter that much. I'm gonna be so honest. We can just use this color and like just do like little squares like doop doop. Oh, it's not duping. Hold on. Doop doop doop. Deep dop dop. Bop bop. Bop 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 bop. Bop. And you know, it gets it all across. It gets the real big important part of it across, and then here it's a little bit more like grid-like. Very nice. And then over here, same thing. Bop bop bop. We're just like basically banging the pen into the drawing tablet. Nice. Only thing with this one is I kind of wanted it a little bit more spread out. That should help. That helps enough. Nice. And then, the big thing remaining would just be leg. It would just be legs from here on out. And those are easy. So, I'm gonna go ahead, put the legs as genuinely the bottom focus here. Oh, you know what? I guess I would need my hands. Hands are important. Yeah. Probably do my hands. Just make sure that the legs are connected. And we're gonna fill them in, just like that. Aw, did not work. I do not know why. But I'm going to go ahead and start merging down layers again. Because I'm relatively confident in how good this is looking. How does it look if I get rid of all the, like, actual clothing pieces? Okay, so we missed one connection piece all the way over here, but otherwise we're good. And even just fill in like that. It's easier. Now we bring all of this back. We have our legs. Only thing is, because of how close this actually ends up being, we might want to add this like shadow, this leg shadow right here. Just because of how close this actually is. So we do that, then we do that. And that like gives a little bit of extra depth to the total piece, which is nice. And now the big goal is going to be spots. Just make sure the spots are like reasonable. Okay, good, good. Bop, bop. Good, good, bop, bop. Very nice. Oop. And... very nice! Alright, let's go ahead and fill those... Ooh. Why is that not connecting? Just connect it manually. It'll be safer that way. Okay. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. That's weird. Why are these not working? I actually don't get it. Well, I guess we can fill them manually. It's annoying, but it's doable, so... not the worst thing. There we go. Just go all the way in, like this. Nice. Good. And then, a little bit more. Nice. Bow, bow. Perfect. Do that. Very good. That one's a little off, but not a big deal. And then, finally, right here. And for the hands, we're just going to go back and we're gonna do like low stubs. We are more than fine low stubs here, because like otherwise we are so good. So we can do our little oven mitt hands and be happy. That's completely fine, given the circumstances that we have done. Good. Alright. So there's our first hand. Let's get that second hand good to go. Alright. Ooh, that hand actually might be far enough out that, like, we do have to do some detail. Like, maybe the first finger actually ends up being, like, here. And then it continues going down. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Because I don't think that's, like, facing in. So we don't have to, like, think about further detail. We can just be chillin' from here on. And you know what? I like that. I like that. So let's go ahead, try to replace the background dotting. See if we have forgotten anything very important. I don't think so. I think we're doing good. Hey! Oh, I see one thing. I see one thing that we forgot. And that one thing is, first, like, just want to do a little bit of a crux in the back to show the tails. We don't need to. We're fine. We're good. But this is important. Making sure we do this. Oop. Perfect. Alright. Nice. And with that, we only need to do 2 more things. Do I really need to do these 2 more things? Nah. But this is going to add the dimension. This is going to make things feel crazy and sick and swag. Oh. Oh. More. From there. Yes. Very good. You can like just bring it a little bit darker for this section here. Just very subtly a little bit darker. Nice. Alright, and with that, that is Datsune Miku. Look at that. Love to see it. Nice. So we got Datsune Miku. That is going to be here. And this was a request by Runyan. Let me just make sure I'm typing that perfect. Well, good girl. So true. I'm so good at singing. I do really enjoy like karaoke, admittedly. You know, it's fun. Yeah, we got Datsune Miku right there. Bravo, Gek, it's a masterpiece. We did so well with this, unironically. Granted, we did kind of trace the entire face, but still, don't let that take away too much from the fact that we did really good. That said though, that is going to be the end of DahDoodles for today, but thank you all for being here. Of course, if you did enjoy the stream and you haven't followed yet, feel free to do so. We do DahDoodles pretty much every, like 2 Wednesdays of the month now. And thank you for all the pets, wow! All of the DahDoodles, I'm messing up my words here. All of the DahDoodles, by the way, are always visible on our Discord server, which, if you don't have the link, link's in the chat right now, if you want to join. It's pretty cool. We watch a lot of movies in there. We've been doing Ozgist, where we're watching a ton of Wizard of Oz related movies. As every Sunday, but also I just kind of relax there and play Warframe now and then. In the meantime though, let's go ahead and look for someone to go ahead and raid with a Gecko Art Raid. You can hear me furiously type this. Bam bam, Gecko Art Raid. And today, how about we say hello to... looking for like people I have not raided in a long time. And you know what? Hold on, we got Yori. Let's say hello to Yori now, shall we? But thank you all for being here once again. I hope you did enjoy DahDoodles for today. And we're gonna go ahead and make sure that's all ready to go. For those watching on YouTube, thank you also for being here. The VODs are always available on YouTube, so don't worry if you miss the 30-day Twitch limit. You can always see them right there. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and say hello to Yori on Twitch, who is doing some commission work and freebies. Whoa. Have a good night, Don. Thanks for the stream and DahDoodles. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for being here. And I'll see you on Friday. I forgot what I was going to play on Friday. Oh my goodness. I'm sure I will remember. Maybe. But Saturday is Castlevania Circle of the Moon. Oh, we might be doing not Balatro, jeez. We might be doing Bug Snacks on Friday. That might be what I was planning. I gotta check what I wrote down. But yeah. Alright, see you all then. Bye-bye! It's always fun, like, doing that song. Bam bam.